So in case we are ready, let's proceed. Hello, once again, dear colleagues. I'm Valeria Kovac, and I am just moderator and presenter for the first part of this section. And also my colleague Andrei Yatseshin, we will be together, like at least I will be with him for the first half, and after that he will continue. So the whole day you rely on him. He is the most important person. Yep, so we are representing Center for Information Analytical and Technical Support of Nuclear Power Facilities Monitoring of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. So we are very happy to welcome you on the 5th International Conference on Sustainable Futures, Environmental, Technological, Social, and Economical Matters. So here we are going to be presented with speeches, yes, for the workshop Nuclear Safety and Environmental Protections, and other speeches for such directions as pollution and waste management and disaster risk reduction and management. So just the only thing we want to ask you is just actually to keep your deadline. So the speeches are like actually 10 minutes and 5 minutes for questions and answers. So just the general question for all of you is like, it will be very good to ask questions in English and to answer in English as well. But just in case something, just let us know, yes, and we will help to proceed with Ukrainian or with interpretation. Also, we have an opportunity to ask questions on the chat, yes? So please don't hesitate in case you have some issues, yes? So also during your speeches, we ask you to mute, yes, your microphones, like not to interfere your other colleagues. So thank you very much for just you listen this brief information. Let's get it started, as Andrea already mentioned, yes, and just the welcome word we are giving to the acting director of the Center for Information and Analytical and Technical Support of Nuclear Power Facilities Monitoring of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, to the corresponding member of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, Alexander Popov. You're welcome.
Доброго дня, шановні колеги. Я дуже радий вітати вас на міжнародному науковому воркшопі, який проводиться нашою командою молодих науковців вже 4-й рік поспіль.
Good day, dear colleagues. I am very pleased to welcome you to the International Scientific Workshop, which is being held by our team of young scientists for the first year in a row.
Даний воркшоп є чудовою платформою для представлення своїх результатів в області ядерної, радіаційної та екологічної безпеки.
This workshop is an excellent platform for presenting your results in the field of nuclear, radiation and environmental safety.
Дані галузі досліджень є надзвичайно актуальними для всіх нас, оскільки тільки в безпечному середовищі людина може розвиватися і творити.
These fields of research are extremely relevant for all of us, yes, because only in a safe environment one can develop and create.
Мені дуже приємно, що географія учасників воркшопу постійно розширюється, і сьогодні я бачу нових науковців, які у нас ще не приймали участь.
I'm very pleased that the geography of the participants of our workshop is constantly expanding, and today I see quite a lot of new scientists who have not yet participated in our workshop.
Переглянувши програму воркшопу, можу з впевненістю сказати, що тематика доповідей є надзвичайно актуальною та цікавою.
After reviewing the workshop program, I can say with the confidence that the topics of the presentations are extremely interesting and relevant.
Тому я бажаю всім нам отримати справжнє наукове задоволення від виступів, дискусій та спілкування.
Therefore, I wish all of us to get real scientific satisfaction from speeches, discussions and communication.
Всім гарного, а саме головне спокійного дня. Слава Україні!
Have a nice day, and the most importantly, have a good day. Slava Ukraini, or glory to Ukraine.
Дякую.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, let's proceed, and we have the first presenter. So the presentation or the topic of the next speech will be improvement in the evaluation of gamma radiation from cylindrical bodies with spatially inhomogeneous source activity distribution. Will be presented by Skurativsky Sergei. You are welcome.
Hello everyone, I am Sergei Skurativsky and would like to present the talk Improvement in the Evaluation of Gamma Radiation from Cylindrical Bodies with Spatially Inhomogeneous Source Activity Distribution, prepared with my colleagues at the Center for Information Analytical and Technical Support of Nuclear Power Facilities Monitoring of the NAS of Ukraine. This research concerns the issues of gamma spectrometry. Gamma spectrometry is used to detect highly radioactive sources or to perform general imaging of the radioactive field, as well as the method of gamma spectrometry help to solve the problems in the field of mineral exploration, medicine, environmental monitoring, agriculture, anti-terrorist protection, assessment of the consequences of radioactive pollution, etc. Thus, we should study the radioactive materials, organize their effective control, and provide radiation safety. One of the components of solution to this problem incorporates the assessment of intensity of the gamma field of radioactive bodies. To do this, the achievements of mathematical modeling are used. In particular, we developed the procedure to describe theoretically the gamma radiation field produced by a cylindrical body containing the source of radioactivity distributed heterogeneously. The research aim and objectives are as follows. The studies concern the analytical description of gamma ray fields produced by radioactive cylindrical bodies, namely disks, when the disk source activity function depends on the spatial coordinate. Next, we develop the semi-analytical procedure, which is based on the representation of the source activity function via the linear combination of step function. The results of utilizing this procedure are compared with the exactly solvable classical case. Moreover, it is considered the non-monotonic source activity function when the application of the procedure can be complicated. To begin with, let us briefly recall classical results. The intensity I of the monoenergetic gamma flux emitted from a point source obeys the relation 1, where Q is the source activity, R is the distance between observation points and the source, mu is the attenuation coefficient. By integrating 1, the intensity I for a thin radioactive disk of a certain radius r satisfy the relation 2. In this case, the source activity Q is assumed to be constant. Now we are interested in the gamma flux of radioactive thick disk of fixed radius and thickness as shown in figure 1. The problem is to evaluate gamma intensity at the point C. By integrating relation for thin disks over the vertical coordinate z, we can evaluate intensity at a distance h from the top of the disk on its vertical symmetry axis and obtain relation 3. Note that when the source activity function is exponential or constant 1, relation 3 admits further derivation. Namely, for constant q from 3, it follows the relation 4. When function q is a function of z, in the vast majority of cases, alternative methods should be applied. That is the objective of this research. Specifically, we developed the semi-analytical approach for calculating the integral 3 when q is a smooth function of z. This approach is based on the representation of the function q in the form of the linear combination of step function. To do this, we use the procedure outlined in Vakhnenko's works 1 and 2. Assume that the function q is defined over the range 0d, and there exists a number gamma nth, finite numbers. Next, let di be a partition of the domain 0d. Suppose that it is valid the following representation 5 in the form of linear combination of Heaviside function theta. Performing simple but tedious manipulation, the nonlinear algebraic equation 6 can be derived for the quantities phi and d. Note dn is fixed, is equal to d. The solution of this system provides us the partition of interval 0d and the weighting factors phi for the step functions. To show the procedure work, we fix the following parameter as shown in the slide, while the distance to the disk h is variable. And consider two cases of q: monotonic, represented by exponential function, and not monotonic, presented by this relation. The graphs of this function are depicted in the figure 2 in the left and the right panel by solid blue curves. In the figure, it is shown also the stepwise approximation functions when the number of partition points is chosen from 1 to 5. As soon as the source activity function is approximated by its stepwise counterpart, the integral 3 is evaluated analytically using relation 4, and we finally get the relation 7. Figure 3 shows the comparison of numerically evaluated integral 3 and via the formula 7 when the function q is monotonic for panel A and non-monotonic for panel B. Note also that for the monotonic function q chosen in the form of exponential relation, the exact value of integral 3 can be obtained directly. This allows one to compare the results of integral evaluation in different ways. Thus, from the figures it follows that the second or third approximation of function q by step functions can show good agreement with the exact integral value. Let us note as well that the procedure is applicable to the weakly non-monotonic function q, as shown in panel B. Some details of comparison and accuracy of approximations are presented in the perpe. So let us summarize the presentation in the following way. The semi-analytical procedure for evaluating the intensity of gamma flux emitted by a cylindrical body with homogeneous source activity is developed. This allows one to get an analytical representation for complicated integrals. Next, we applied the procedure to monotonic and non-monotonic source activity function. When function q is proportional to exponent, the comparison of exact value of the integral and the result of asymptotic evaluation via the procedure was carried out. Even for a small number of step functions in the representations, the results of calculation are excellent. When the function q is essentially non-monotonic, The function profile should be broken down into the monotonic intervals where the procedure works properly. Description of source activity function with the help of step functions relates to the approximation of disk by the layered medium. The studies presented above can be interesting for experts in the area of mathematical modeling of gamma field, as well as for specialists in the organization on environmental monitoring, safety measures, and development of test and calibration installation. That's all. Thanks for attention.
Thank you for such an interesting presentation. So, any questions, dear colleagues? In case no, I have a question. I was listening and there was a non-linear algebraic equation 6. Yes. So just there is a question for that. Is it possible to solve that system of equations analytically, at least for small n's?
Okay, we can show, we can see the system you speak about, or we can discuss this without figure.
Just as you wish. In case you have it, like, because it is in the record, so it will be pretty hard for Andrei to switch it on, but in case you have it separately, because...
Okay, so algebraic system 6, you mentioned, is a central object for construction of approximation. Therefore, its solution very important, and we can solve analytically it only for a small number of point of broken the interval. For example, in the paper is shown that this system admits analytical solution only for n equals to 2. For large number of equations, we can only reduce the number of equations and further analyze only numerically.
Okay, I see. Thank you. Some other questions, dear colleagues, because
I have
okay.
I have one. Thank you for your presentation. In what direction is planned to develop the presented research?
This research can be regarded as the auxiliary investigations, some additional problem for another interesting problem, namely for development of the remote sensing of gamma radiation fields using UAV. Several findings were presented in previous conferences. Therefore, I hope to incorporate the solution presented here in the studies, in the solutions of related problems during organization of remote sensing of gamma field radiation.
Okay. So thank you very much, Dr. Serhiy, because like actually, Andrei, we need to keep up with our deadline we established at the beginning. So let us move on once again, thank you very
Mm.
much. And now will be the next presenter. It's Frank Angelo Pacala. Am I right in pronunciation? In just case, I'm very sorry. It's motivations, challenges, and resilience in landslide-prone environment, a hermeneutic phenomenological study in Samar, Philippines. You're welcome.
Pleasant day to everybody, to the committee of the ICSF 2024. Thank you for having me. So this research is paper ID number 6, Motivations, Challenges, and Resilience in Landslide-Prone Environment, a hermeneutic phenomenological study in Samar, Philippines. I'm Frank Angelo Pacala. So I'm currently working at the Presidential School of Uzbekistan, Karshi City, Uzbekistan. So while this study was conducted way back in 2019 when I was still in the Philippines. So let's start. So the topography of Samar, Philippines. So the province is mostly mountainous, mostly timberland or watershed, accounting for 84% of the province's total area, according to source number 11. So the average rainfall in the city or in the province is 387.9 mm recorded from 1919 to 2024, according to data 12. So the landslide is a very common phenomenon in the province, especially in Catalogan City, where this study was conducted. Torrential rain, stormy weeks or days can erode the land because of deforestations, or even if the forest or the area is forested, because the soil can no longer hold the tremendous amount of water coming from the volumetric rain, so this land can erode. So the consequence of this erosion is the deaths and the destruction of commercial establishments and homes. The picture that you see in the screen is the landslide way back in 2014 in Barangay Mercedes in the city, province of Samar. So, but in the whole country, the number of landslide deaths in the Philippines has reached more than 2,300 deaths since 1999, according to source 3. So more than 100 of these were recorded in Samar. So as we know, just to tell you the weather in the Philippines experience around 20 typhoons every year, and with these typhoons are tremendous number of rains as well that will be poured by the storms, by the passing storms. So what is the research problem and the objectives? So most of the Catbalogan's population resides in the downtown area, comprising approximately 2% of the entire land area. So understanding the reasons for this decision is critical for developing effective risk mitigation strategies and fostering sustainable development in vulnerable areas like in the province where I came from. So the objectives of this paper are to explore the factors that influence individuals and communities to choose to live in areas prone to landslide in the city, and to illustrate the experiences of families living in such areas and examine the resilience and preparedness of the families who choose to live in such areas. So we are fan of hearing news about landslides, and why are these families still living in those areas despite being those area high risk to landslide. So we have wondered, even me, I have wondered this question, why these families still live in such a very, very vulnerable risk area. So this is now the research. To answer the questions, your questions and my question, this is now the research. So the research design is a qualitative research methodology. So this research philosophy is hermeneutic phenomenological, emphasizing an interpretive approach to understanding individuals' live experiences in a landslide-prone environment. So in this research, the use of hermeneutic phenomenology allow us to understand the importance of the intricate experience of the people living in the area, which lies not only in the experiences they convey, but also to the yet to be explored the significance embedded within those experiences. So hermeneutical philosophy in phenomenology means that we need to explain the reasons behind these reasons for these participants living in the such area. For example, they said that they don't have another uh, uh, another, let's say, a house to live in safety for their family. So we need to explore this in terms of social, cultural, or financial perspective, coming from the perspective through literature search. So the research participants, initially 20 households were invited. However, only 10 households accepted the invitation and they were selected purposely. So they were told as a precaution and confidentiality and secrecy that their information regarding their names and responses will to be kept confidential, and only the researcher and the participants could listen and read the transcript of the interview. So in table 1 are the list of research participants. So if you will look at the age of the participants, the minimum is 24 and then the maximum is 62. So the minimum number of years they live in that area is 5 and the maximum is as much as 20. Imagine 20 years. So majority of their livelihood is being within that area wherein their livelihood is easily accessed. So data treatment. So the researcher utilized structural thematic analysis to generate these research themes and sub-themes. So the themes were subjected to hermeneutic process, as I mentioned, to contextualize the findings within the social, cultural, economic, and environmental context of summer. Moreover, to ensure a thorough understanding of the lived experiences, so the researcher engaged in a continuous iterative process by which revisiting and refining interpretation as the study progresses. So I immersed me and my students immersed in that particular community. We were there for 3 days and we look into how the participants are living a life of being at the risk of landslide. So looking at this experience also allows the researcher to connect to the participants, and the hermeneutical process will be very effective if the researcher will be immersed in that particular scenario or situation. So the results are this. So the first theme is motivations for living in a landslide prone area. So what are the motivations of the participants? So their first motivation is the lack of alternative housing. So codes such as having nowhere else to build their house, having no choice, having nowhere else to go were prevalent among the participants. The second reason is their accessibility to their livelihood. So the livelihood of the participants, as shown in this table 1, is very proximate to the dwelling place where they live. So, and the third motivation is the property ownership and investment. Imagine these participants, they live already at a maximum of 20 years, 15 years, 12 years. Obviously, they have made already investments on that particular area, investment on their house, investment on a convenience store. So these are the motivations why they still live on that particular area. So for example, for Luisito, it's good here because at least I can work as a tricycle driver. So for the second theme, the theme is about challenges and vulnerabilities and landslide prone area. So what are these challenges and vulnerabilities? First, they have water supply problem. Obviously, these are mountainous areas and carrying the water uphill will be a tremendous problem. and especially during drought or El Nino, it will be a big trouble. Now, second challenge is relocating to evacuation centers during heavy rains. So during heavy rains, going down will be very slippery. So it will be really a challenge. And it also was a prevalent that they have misconceptions and not having fully understood how landslide happens. So they have lacking information about the landslide. And obviously, since this is very risky, they're very fearful of the landslide. And some of them became victims of the landslide themselves. For example, Felicidad said, yes, I was in grief when I lost my 11-year-old son. Now, it will be 4 years this coming 30th. It will be 4 years now. Just imagine the horror, the fear, and the drama during this incident when these things happened. And the final theme that emerges is the resilience and preparedness in the landslide-prone community. So, for example, this resilience and preparedness is that the victims are given location to Payao. This is a community near to where this study was conducted. They are planning to move to the relocation site. They are suggesting artesian well from the government. And you know, this is another misconception coming from the participants, because if massive extraction of water can also cause landslide, because these artesian wells are deep wells wherein massive extraction of water from here can also lead to landslide. Then the participants mentioned about getting timely alerts, early warning system. So the government providing early warning system to the people is a sub-theme. And then during storms and very strong winds during typhoon, so they are trying the house not to be carried away. They are reinforcing the house, so they are fortifying homes against natural disasters. So for example, for Dolores, we just tie up our houses just so it won't be carried away by strong winds or by the rocks falling or by the landslide. So this is now the conclusion. The participants suffered the worst of having lived the experience of landslide. However, their motivations to stay is higher than the risk. So, you know, why are they there? It's because of these motivations. Their motivations outgun this risk. Even though it's very risky, they still wanted to stay because they have nowhere to go. They have investments in that particular area, and they have already invested some emotional, financial investments in that particular area. So due to this perceived experience, they became resilient and tried their best to continue life even at high risk. So they help each other and fortify their homes during storms. So the recommendations are the government should provide residents with alternative housing to relocate to, fix their water supply problem, and provide more extensive education to the residents about the risk of landslide. So all in all, these are the voices of the people who are living in a landslide-prone environment. So I hope that you have learned something from the people who are living at a very high risk, this natural disaster called landslide. And I hope that I have touched your emotions and you have understood these people who are living at this high risk. So thank you, and again, congratulations to the ICSF 2024. More power.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. Of course, it's like, very tragic moment. And as far as we are living in Ukraine now, due to the wartime, yes, we are facing. So more than anyone, we can understand what is like to lose home. Yes, like actually not to be confident to come back or something like that. Of course, it's very dramatic, and we have a possibility just for one question. Yep, due to our deadline. So any questions? In case no, I have just only one. Yes, is there any governmental alert system for these landslides? Yes. Somehow are people somehow informed beforehand?
You know,
Is it
this,
working something
yeah.
like that? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. Thank you, Valerie. Is it Valeria or Valerie?
Valeria?
Valeria, like from the Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Thank you for that question. You know, this landslide, it's a natural disaster and cannot predict when the landslide will happen. So, but there are some countries who are listening to the movements of the land from the fault lines. So
Mhm.
this can happen too. So alerts are really necessary, and technology on this must be provided to the people. But unfortunately, in this neighborhood, which is classified as a third-class city, is not provided by this technology. I think the local government unit must be assertive to have this kind of technology in the future in order to protect the people, which is the primary function of the government.
Okay, thank you. So just actually in recommendations, it might be added as well. Yes,
Yeah,
just
exactly.
for these purposes. Okay, it was extremely interesting. Thank you very much. We're just a little bit behind our schedule. I'm so like actually, thank you very much for the presentation. Hope to see you next time. Yes, please
Yes,
take
thank
care.
you for the attention.
Yeah, thank you. So let's move further. Yep, we have Volodymyr Shamrai with the presentation, the influence of the accident at Chernobyl nuclear power plant on the condition of pipe plantations of Ukrainian forests. You are welcome, Volodymyr.
Good afternoon. I'm glad to present to your attention a work on the topic, the influence of the accident at Chernobyl nuclear power plant on the condition of pine plantation of a Ukrainian forest. So, as a result of the accidents at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, the forests of the Zhytomyr region suffered significant radioactive contamination and were withdrawn from forestry use in connection with negative changes began to be observed in them. Favorable condition for the development of pests and diseases were created. The fire hazard increased, the quality of wood decreased, the processes of self-liquidation of stands accelerated. Also, the accumulation of dry matter and the formation of litter is increased. So, more than 35 years have passed since the accidents at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, and the radiation situation in the forest areas has changed. That is why it is necessary to carry out a modern assessment of the sanitary condition of pine plantation in radioactively contaminated territories. The obtained results will make it possible to consider ways of optimizing forestry management on these lands. The purpose, object, and subject of our research are presented on this slide. So, to study the sanitary condition of pine plantation, test plots were laid in the state enterprise Народичі Specialized Forestry. The density of radioactive soil contamination were more than 555 kilobecquerel per square meter, and for control, test plots were used at the State Enterprise Marine Forestry. The density of radioactive soil contamination did not exceed 37 kilobecquerel per square meter. That's why three areas were laid out in fresh pines with different age groups of stands, medieval, emerging, and mature. The assessment of the sanitary state of pine plantation was carried out according to the methodology of the Ukrainian Research Institute of Forestry and Agroforestry named after Vysotsky, and on a 6-point scale, and the ecological state of pine plantation well characterizes the distribution of trees by categories of sanitary state, the distribution of pine trees by status categories in medieval pine plantation shows that the number of pine stands with no signs of weakening, category 1 in the control area is 1.2 times more than on the test area, but weakened category 2 is 1.1 times respectively. Regarding the distribution of tree stands according to the third category, no significant difference was noted. However, the share of very weakened trees is 30% on test area and 12% on control area. When comparing the percentage distribution of the following categories of sanitary condition, it can be noted that there are 1.7 times more dying stands of category 4 on test area when in the control area. Fresh dry ones, category 5 is 3 times more, and old dryness, category 6 is 1.2 times. 3-4, according to the obtained results, it can be stated that in the 60 years old forest plantation of the Narodichi forestry, the distribution of stands by status category is much worse than in the Malin forestry. The results of the study are confirmed by the data of univariate variance analysis at the 95% confidence level. So similar regularities in the distribution of pine trees by categories of sanitary conditions were observed in our age groups of stands growing in fresh forest. So an integral indicator that characterizes the state of the pine plantation as a whole is the sanitary state index. In 60 years old pine stands in the Narodichi forestry, the index of sanitary condition is 2.45. In new ones, 2.57, and in the mature ones, 2.55. In the stands of the Malin forestry, where economic activity was carried out in a timely manner. The condition index ranged from 1.89 to 2.30, arriving at measure pine stands which grow in radioactively contaminated areas of fresh pines belong to the very weakened index of sanitary condition, and the middle ones to the weakened ones. In the controlled trials areas where measures from forest care were carried out in a timely manner. Pine trees of all age groups belong to stands characterized by an order of magnitude better values of the sanitary condition index. So, in radioactively contaminated territories growing in fresh forest, the share of pine trees of the second and third categories of marketability varies from 58 to 72%. Whereas on the control test plots, this range varies from 52 to 58%. It can be assumed that the distribution of trees by categories of technical wood suitability depends on the quality and timeless of forest management activities in Van. So the analysis of the obtained data shows that the specific activity of cesium in the components of the forest ecosystem differs significantly in fresh pines. The minimum values of the investigated indicator were recorded in the soil, and the maximum values were recorded in the forest floor, and individual representatives of the grass shrub and moss cover. During the analysis of the values of the specific activity of the radionuclide in pine, the usual highest was noted in the inner bar, which is 2 times more than in the outer one, and the wood is characterized by the lowest values of cesium content. According to the increase in the specific activity of the radionuclide in the morphological parts of the tree, the following ranked order can be established in the next stage. Wood, thin branches, outer bark, pins, inner bark, and shoot. So we have some conclusion. These main conclusions are presented on this slide. Please do not read them. Thank you for your attention. If you have some question, please ask.
Hello.
Okay, thank you very much. Just actually, it was already asked for some questions. Yes, in case you have some, please ask.
Valeria, excuse me.
Yeah. I think Dr. Skorodziejski, Tatiana was the first one.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, Tatiana.
Do you take into account groundwater levels and their changes on your research territory? Because for trees, water, groundwater is food.
Okay, thank you for the question. The methodology of Vysotsky take into account many factors, and we calculated also groundwater levels.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Some other questions?
I have a question about the Formula One. If you can see it in nominator, the multipliers and E all are equal each other, and I in each terms. Is it true? Or maybe it typo mistake some. If you can see
Maybe it's kind of mistake because it's not
different numbers. Yes.
yes, yes.
Okay, and capital N is equal to sum of Ni from nominator, or no?
I suppose it's not equal.
It's not sum of Ni.
Yes.
Okay, so this relation looks like mean value of three condition categories: I1, I2, and I6. Mean value середнє значення.
I suppose yes, it's average.
Okay.
Okay,
Answer.
thank you. Thank you for your questions. Anastasia, you're welcome.
I have few questions, but they relate each other. So, have you researched tree samples? And if yes, how did radiation affect two annual rings? And also, maybe have you done research on the content of heavy metals and radionuclide in wood?
Thank you for a question. We haven't measured the heavy metals. We just measure radionuclides, cesium 137.
Okay, thank you. So, and just let us move on. Yeah, you just actually, in case you have some other question, you can ask each other in a chat. Yes, so privately already. Thank you very much, Volodymyr. Yes, let's move on. We have Olga Bezushko. Yes, so harmful emissions of welding aerosols during pulse arc welding of structural aluminum alloy D16. You're welcome.
Hello, I am Olga Bezushko. Topic of the report: harmful emissions of welding aerosol during pulse arc welding of structural aluminum alloys D16. Aluminum dominates manufacturing industry and is second only to steel in total industrial consumption. Aluminum is absolutely unique in terms of physical and chemical parameters, having the following characteristics: low density, lightness, ductility, resistant to corrosion, thermal and electrical conductivity. Why is welding aluminum challenging? Welding aluminum is unlike welding steel or iron. There are several challenges you should expect to run into because of the unique composition of aluminum. The greatest of these challenges is porosity and thermal conductivity. An aluminum and his alloy have a considerable sense to superficial oxidation on air. That is why their welding is conducted in the environment of protected gases, inert argon or helium, and their mixtures to form a high-quality weld when welding aluminum alloys. Non-fusible and fusible electrode welding method. In an amine gas environment are more often used. Aluminum welding produces hazard fumes, which create significant health risk for the welder. Welding aluminum produces tiny particles of aluminum. Aluminum oxide and other metals found in aluminum alloys, most commonly silicon, manganese, copper, zinc, iron, and magnesium. Numerous studies show that accumulate in the body, aluminum act on brain cells, causes anemia, arthritis, suppresses the production of gastric and salivary enzymes, contribute to the development of osteoporosis and ricket. A welder can get sick with irreversible aluminoses, physiological change in the lungs that develop when it inhale aluminum dust. In accordance with the international standards, ISO 14000, welding material is subjected to new requirements for their continuous improvement in order to minimize the harmful effect on the human body, and according to the standards of the STU ISO 13011. Welding materials must be constantly monitored for occupational safety indicator. The implementation of measures to improve the working conditions of welding production works is above set on the analysis of data on the chemical composition, emission levels, toxicity of welding fumes. For this, a primary sanitary and hygienic assessment of welding materials carried out by the method of trapping welding fumes and determining their quantity and chemical composition. Process of the welding fumes. Under the action of the heat of the arc, a drop of liquid metal is formed and grows on the end of the wire, which is held by the forces of surface tension. Partial evaporation of the metal occurs as a result of the high boiling temperature of the metal and significant heat of the evaporation. Passes through the protective gas supplied to the welding zone. Part of the vapor may condense into droplet, oxidize and turns into small solid particle of metal oxide, which form fumes and always surround the welding arc. The Institute of Electric Welding, named after E.O. Paten, conducted a study of the chemical composition, emission level, and toxicity of aerosol formed during mechanized welding of aluminum-based alloy using methodological standards of the ISO 50011 series. The purpose of the work is to carry out a sanitary and hygienic assessment of the nature of aerosol emission during pulse arc welding of structural aluminum alloy 16. Welding was performed with two brands of solid wire, IR 4014 and wire 2319 with a diameter of 1.6 millimeters, which is serial and certified and widely used in industry. The following indices of welding fumes formation were determined: intensity emission, chemical composition of welding fumes, class of welding aerosol. As we can see, the intensity of welding fumes emission during MIG welding with ER4043 aluminum wire is directly dependent on the frequency of the pulse current superposed on the main direct current of reverse polarity. Thus, with increasing frequency, the intensity of welding fumes emission increase. Gross welding fumes emissions during MIG welding with 2319. Aluminum wire do not have a direct dependence on pulse frequency. The lowest emission values were recorded at the experimental pulse frequency of 70 Hz and the highest values at the frequency of 100 Hz. As we can see, a large mass of toxic element in the welding fumes MIG welding with aluminum wire IE4043 and 2319 consist of such components as aluminum, iron, and silicon. The emission intensity of these welding fumes components increase with increasing pulse frequency. To determine the final estimated indices of hygienic evaluation of welding materials, the limit value of the welding fumes was determined by the following equation. The indicators of the hygienic assessment of welding materials determined by the calculation method according to the DSTU ISO 15011 standard given in the table. According to the limit value of the welding aerosols, these wires belong equally to the fifth class. The calculated toxicity values have a slight difference. The conclusion are given on this slide.
Okay, thank you very much. Just actually some questions. Do you have any? Okay, in case no questions, I will ask one. Have you calculated the environmental risks faced by welders and workers at such factories? Українською, чи обчислювали ви екологічні ризики, які отримують зварники і робітники на таких виробництвах? Пані Ольга. Я так розумію, що щось відбулося і трошечки пані Ольга у нас відключилася. Тому я думаю, ну, ми і так трошки...
Вона була, я її бачив
Так,
в
вона
чаті.
була, я так само її бачила,
Так.
але щось зараз дивлюся, її, ну, можливо, вона долучиться пізніше, і якщо вже цей, то ми їй напишемо це питання в загальний чат. Так?
Валерія, а можна попросити вас це питання в чат напишіть?
Добре.
І тільки вона долучиться, ми попросимо, щоб вона відповіла на це
Що
питання.
вона озвучила, звичайно. А тим часом, поки я буду писати в чаті, так, то ми передамо слово нашому наступному спікеру. So just while I'm going to write my question in the chat, yes, we are moving slowly to the next speaker. It will be Pavlo Bosak with his topic, natural phytomelioration of coal mine waste. Heaps in the context of increased radiation background on the case of Nadia mine, Lviv-Volyn coal basin, Ukraine. You're welcome.
Greeting, dear organization and participants of the conference. For your attention, a report on the topic, natural accumulation of coal mines waste heaps in the context of increased radiation background of the case of the Nadia mine, Lviv-Volyn coal basin, Ukraine. At the United Nations on Climate Change Conference, COP26 in Glasgow, in autumn 2021 years, world leaders and participants decided to phase out coal power. Ukrainian is committed to shutting down its state-wanted coal-fired power plants by 2035 year. The coal industry is the basis for sustainable development of the national economic and energy security. Coal mining are often plagued with an array of environmental and social economic issues, such as land deformations, floodings, salinizations, underground and surface water pollution, and deposit zone, all of which pose significant challenge. Coal mining destroyed the landscape and also caused large amounts of wastewater entering mine working. The treatment of mine water is closest mines reservoirs remains under-resolved and standarding governance in this church. Into the hydrologians network remained to be defined. Mine water contaminated with mineral salts, subandent salts, sulfites, and other pollutants causes contaminations of aquifers and disruptions of their hydrology. Natural and technical gas systems in coal mining regions require comprehensive research about their significant impact on environmental and technological safety. The mining region understood in research by a number of factors affecting environmental safety, including landscapes, transformations, ethical climatic, geographical, and microclimate factors, which are crucial and unique for each. Therefore, studying the interactions of natural and artificial subsystems with coal-mining regions is arguments in support of the sustainable and development. The explosions of the Lviv-Volyn coal basin has led to many negative changes in the flora and fauna, atmosphere, hydrosphere, and biosphere, and has significantly affected the life and health of the Ukrainian populations. The Nadia mine coal mine West Hebs are located on the outskirts of the town of Sosnivka, Chernorad district, Lviv region, Ukraine, on fluvial sense, particularly on evolution segments of the Western Bug River. Chernorad is situated in the northern region of Lviv Oblast and a distance of 18 kilometers for the Oblast center and 17 kilometers from the border with the Republic of Poland. The area of the region is 21.8 kilometers square, Chernorad 70.8 kilometers square, Sosnivka 2 kilometers square, Hirnik 1.2 square kilometers. The study are characterized by the dominating processions and mining industry. The city of Chernorad is located in the western Ukrainian forest steppe zone and Lazer-Polisia, and the confluence of the Solokia and Rata tributaries into the Western Bug River. Chernorad is located in a humid, moderated, warm agroclimate zone with surface solis moist. The climate is temperament continentally changed by midlands and the high humidity. Main natural resources Zabzhurska and Mereshinsky cold deposits. The slide showed location of the study site with one map of Ukraine with the designations of the Nadia mine, 2 image of the west half of Nadia mine using Google Maps, and 3 to 9 sampling points. The radiation's background with distance from the west half was measured to study the impact of west halves on natural phytomeration. According to the radiation background studies of the Nadia mine west half, it was found of the level for 10 meters from the foot of the half and to the terrace slope, where there are numeration place of water erosions outlets, place of the waste heap fire, full and lubrications, drainages, house shelves, vice. The radiation's power is significantly higher. There is other areas expand for the top of the heap. Studies of the radiation background of the Nadia mine police has showed the equivalence dose rate of photon emitting radiations of the surface and of the descended heap in 0.42 microsievert per hour. With excises the permissions radiations back group values established by the radiation safety standards of Ukraine. 0.3 microsieverts per hour. In addition to exceeding the permissible standards of the radiation's background of the top of the west heap of Nadia mine also exceeds the background values for Sosnivka. 0.20 microsieverts per hour. It should be noted that the highest values of the equivalence dose rate were observed near the building areas of certain part of the west heap and amounted to 0.21, 0.25, 0.29 and 0.42 microsievert per hour. The lowest values were recorded in the forest area 3 kilometers from the west heap and near the main mine reservoir 2 kilometers from the west heap, which amount to 0.20 and 0.17 microsievert per hour. Researchers say that burning waste rock can lead to an increase in the radiation's background. According to the studies, it was confronted and the radiation's power on the top and slopes of the Nadia mines spoils heaps where the heap is burned is much higher than in other areas. The study of the radiation's background of the investigations was heap showed and evidence equivalent dose rate on the surface of the descended west heap of 0.27 microsievert per hour, which does not exceed to radiation safety standards but exceeds the background values for the regions. The modeling of radiation background propagations in the edaphic horizon of the Nadia mine west heap is shown in figure. This, the coal industries, contrabands, population of the soils underground and surface water bodies, iron and biota created a high anthropogenic load on the subsystems of natural objects. Coal mining and processing waste contains a large number of useful components. In accordance with the requirements of the environmental safety and rational nature management of the most effective way the deep with waste heaps in the complement eliminations. But in modern solutions, the way has almost on processing of realizations with its due many economics reasons. Taking into account the large number and high heterogeneity of waste heaps, as well as exhaustion radiation background values inherent in the areas where rock combinations processions occur, 0.21 to 0.42 microsievert per hour. Any originations decisions making processions, despite numerous studies of the shapes would not require more information about the compositions, structure and locations, but much more about appropriate solutions, namely closure of the state-owned coal-fired power plants in Ukraine by 235 in accordance with the decision at the climate change conference to pass on coal-fired power and gradually subsidize fossil fuel reduce methane emissions by 30% by 2030 and stop deforestation. The successions of the vegetation's cover of West Hep and gradual introduction of natural phenomenation and coal mine exposed Heps. Thank you.
Thank you. Was very nice to listen your presentation. It's good that you are with us, Pavlo. So some questions to Pavlo? Any questions? In case no questions, oh, there is one. Okay, Anastasia.
Okay, thank you. What are the main plants growing on the surface of the Nadia mines dump, and how exactly is the radiation effect on them visible?
Thank you. A long answer to be provided in Ukraine?
Yeah, it's okay.
Окей, так. Добре, дякую за запитання, що стосується... Повторіть, будь ласка, ще запитання, що стосується української.
Які основні рослини
Ага,
ростуть на
рослини.
поверхні відвалу шахти Надія, і як саме візуально ми можемо побачити радіаційний вплив на них?
Добре, дякую за запитання. Дивіться, на рахунок, які рослини ростуть на вершині, як радіація на них впливає. Ми рекомендуємо, відповідно до досліджень, в рамках біологічного етапу рекультивації використовувати види, які виникли в процесі природної фітомеліорації. Тобто це деревні породи, як береза повисла, які теж вони ростуть там, осика і сосна звичайна, дуб звичайний. Такі черникові види, як бузина чорна, аморфа, кущова та травянисті види, такі як конюшина повзуча, осока волосиста і так далі. Але в плані, якщо ми розглядаємо радіаційний фон, так, вплив, тому наші дослідження, якщо ми беремо до сосни звичайної, всі хвойні має згубний вплив, так, радіації на, скажімо так, на хвойні дерева. Які ми можемо говорити про листяні дерева, так само аналогічно, вони теж мають певний вплив, хоча деякі більшість, не будемо говорити за радіацію, але більшість чорникових і травянистих видів, вони можуть так само харчуватися, так, в плані харчування, так, забруднюючими речовинами, токсичними і так далі, які ми так само були досліджували, це більш стосується як підреконових стічних вод, які втягують в себе, скажімо так, більш такі забруднюючі речовини, так, і важкі метали в тому числі. Ці усі запропоновані асортименти, вони, скажімо так, адаптовані до природокліматичних умов регіону. Якщо ми беремо це Червоноградський гірничо-промисловий район, шахти Надії, складних ґрунтових умов та володіють підвищеною енергією росту і розвитку. Тому ми, скажімо так, рекомендуємо такі в етапах, в рамках біологічного етапу, які в свою чергу теж можуть сугубно, перепрошую, теж можуть, скажімо так, рости і можуть так само певні, скажімо так, забруднюючі речовини мінімізувати. Але якщо ми говоримо про радіацію, ну, на вершині є перевищений, в певних точках є перевищений, скажімо так, радіаційний фон, але ми говоримо, що певна рослинність впливає на, скажімо так, радіація впливає на певну виду рослини, зокрема хвойні дерева. Дякую.
Дякуємо.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting information for me.
Дякую. Thank you.
Dear
Е,
colleagues, any other questions?
Я
If
перепрошую, я побачив, що появилася попередня доповідачка
Yeah,
Ольга.
just actually we will finish with the speaker. Yes. Thank you very much, Pavlo. Yep.
Мгм.
So, as far as the previous speaker is here, Olga, вітаємо. So, like due to the situation in Ukraine, it might happen that there won't be electricity. Тобто віялові у нас такі відключення електрики. Ми зрозуміли, що у вас якраз це сталося. Ми в чат задали вам питання, what is better, українською чи англійською? Як вам?
В чат відповідати, так?
Ні, ну ви нам відповісте, просто от, вам зручніше українською чи англійською задати питання?
Можна і українською, зручно і українською.
Окей. Питання було наступне. Чи обчислювали ви екологічні ризики, які отримуються зварниками та робітниками на виробництвах, що ви зазначали у своїй доповіді?
Ні, екологічні ризики у даній роботі ми не визначали.
Угу. Зрозуміли, добре. Ну і ще тоді одне запитання, яке виникло в процесі, це у ваших дослідженнях у ролі захисного газу, так, здається, ви там зазначали аргон, так? А чи пробували ви використовувати там гелій або інші суміші газів для вирішення цих задач? І одразу, якщо так, то які були результати? Якщо ні, то ні.
Ні, гелій ми в даній іменно ситуації для даної конструкції ми не використовували, тому що він, перше, дорогий, а аргон достатньо задовільняв механічні властивості для конструкції, і тому ми дослідили і екологічні, послідствия для даної роботи.
Зрозуміло. Дуже подякували. Colleagues, some other questions maybe you had? It's like actually what I have remembered. Окей. Добре, якщо ні, ну, щоб у кожного була можливість відповісти на свою, відповідно, так, трошки на запитання, да, по своїй роботі. Дякуємо, Ольга, вам ще раз. Була дуже цікава презентація. Ось, ще раз додатково подякували Павлу за його презентацію і відповідь. Відповідно, рухаємося далі. Окей, let's move on further. We have Andriy Lyamzin with the presentation Modeling the Process of Ensuring Environmental Sustainability of the Airport as a Functional Component of Socio-Technical Systems. Andriy, you are welcome.
Dear colleagues, we bring to your attention research on the topic Modeling the Process of Ensuring Environmental Sustainability of the Airport as a Functional Component of Socio-Technical Systems. The airports are vital hubs for global connectivity, but their operations significantly impact the environment through noise pollution, air emissions, and resource consumption. Rebuilding water on airports in Ukraine presents a unique opportunity to integrate environmental sustainability from the ground up. This research adopts a socio-technical systems approach, recognizing the interplay between social factors and technical aspects to achieve environmental goals. A rebuilding of airports in Ukraine can face the following potential challenges. Implementing new technologies may require significant upfront investments. Public-private partnerships and government incentives can help overcome this hurdle. Integrating innovative solutions into existing infrastructure can be challenging. A phased approach and life cycle assessments can help optimize this process. Shifting organizational culture and personnel behavior towards sustainability requires training and ongoing support. Our work is motivated by the potential environmental, economic benefits and enhancement of Ukraine's international reputation. For instance, reducing emissions and pollution contributes to cleaner air and a healthier environment for communities surrounding airports. Sustainable practices can lead to cost savings through reduced energy consumption and improved resource management. Embracing sustainability aligns with global aviation trends and strengthens Ukraine's position as a forward-thinking nation. However, with the expansion of the world economy and the volume of air transportation, the issue of low environmental safety of the airport increasingly acute, and the need for a balanced development of all its links in lack of investments is revealed. Thus, scientists, governments, and businesses face the task of defining and systematically implementing effective mechanisms for determining the necessary level of investments for creating environmental safety of airports. Thus, the purpose of the work is to develop the conceptual foundations for ensuring the environmental sustainability of the airport as a functional component of socio-technical systems and the mechanisms for determining costs aimed at ensuring the activity of a society's unit in a specific spatial sector of the airport's architecture and spatial framework, taking into account the existing norms of environmental safety. To achieve the purpose set, the following tasks were formulated. The first, analysis of the impact of airports on the basic sectors of the economy of Ukraine, with the disclosure of their general characteristics in order to assess their state, using the example of total emissions of carbon dioxide and nitrogen oxides forming the ecological footprint of the airport's activity. The second, substantiating the basic priorities for the formation of an environmentally safe space at the airport as vectors that determine ways to improve its functionality as a component of socio-technical system. And the third, development of a mathematical model for determining the necessary level of cost aimed at ensuring the activity of society's unit in a specific spatial sector of the architectural and spatial framework of the airport itself. Airports are a vital component of the modern transportation system and the economy of any country, facilitating rapid and efficient movement of goods and passengers over long distances, contributing to the development of tourism, trade, business, and investments. The analysis of the impact of airports on the country's economy shows that airports provide access to international markets, fostering business development and investment in the country. Airports ensure a fast and reliable mode of transportation. Airports contribute to the growth of tourist traffic. The development of airports facilitates the creation of new jobs. An airport as a socio-technical system combines a complex of technical, technological, economic, social, and environmental components aimed at ensuring the efficient and safe operation of passenger and cargo aviation services. As you can see, this system includes airport infrastructure, aviation technologies, airport personnel, financial and economic aspects of airport operation, as well as a system for assessing and reducing the negative impact of air transport on environment, including emissions reduction and resource optimization. The environmentally safe space is an environment where spatial attention is given to measures for preserving and improving ecological safety. Ensuring the environmentally safe space within the airport is of great importance. The priorities for the formation of an ecologically safe space at the airport are protection of people's health, environmental protection, nature conservation, and biodiversity, as well as ensuring sustainable development and social corporate responsibility. The development of environmentally safe space model for airports is based on a mathematical model of the societal unit's activity in a specific sector of the ecological framework architecture of the airport itself. This slide represents change in the environmentally safe space indicated over time in a two-dimensional system by the level of environmentally safe space potential as a component of the ecological framework architecture. The principle of determining the state of the geographical plane from the wind direction is proposed as the basis for the thematic determination of the level of environmental safety of the studied airport territory, which depends on the level of resources or investments. This principle allows monitoring the research object at any time according to a wide range of indicators that characterize the external environment. In our case, this is a state of health of a person from the amount of expenses necessary to maintain or restore his or her health, which has been affected by negative factors. It should be noted that a significant impact on the ratio plays the time factor, which is characterized by various social aspects of life like pandemic, war, economic crisis. This slide represents environmentally safe space model in a three-dimensional coordinate system. The volume of a parallelepiped formed by a corresponding three vectors determines the result, compliance with normative requirements for the qualitative indicators of a person's environmentally safe space. Unfortunately, in real life, there are many more of the factors which requires a transition to a 4- and 5-dimensional systems that can be done using linear programming. The research results can be applied to post-war reconstruction of Ukraine, airports, legacy airport transformation, and transport policy development. The represented model can guide the rebuilding of Ukrainian airports, creating environmentally friendly infrastructure from the outset. The model can also be adapted to existing airports, driving sustainable upgrades and operational changes. The findings can inform policy decisions at the national and regional levels, promoting environmentally responsible airport practices throughout Ukraine. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Yes, it was very interesting, and I really hope that soon we will have an opportunity to fly once again. Yes, when we see now airports, airplane, it's like actually good memories appear. So anyway, I think after the process, yes, after war will be over, yes, and there will be the process of rebuilding. I think like actually it will be really developed, yes. What you have mentioned, and new sustainability approaches will be involved into the construction of the airports, and I think we will see the opening of new airports in other oblasts of Ukraine. So thank you very much. And who is going to answer, Andriy or Victoria? Whom do we have here? I think Victoria, yes?
In English.
In English or in Ukrainian?
In Ukrainian, Andriy can also.
Okay. So like I will ask question and it will be up to you in what language to answer. Okay? Я задам питання уже на ваш розсуд, на якій мові відповідати. Okay. What indicator is analyzed and determined in the proposed model? Тобто, який у нас індикатор, так, от, проаналізований і визначений у тій моделі, яку ви запропонували?
Our model is based on the concept of human capital, which implies the calculation and the analysis of the economic costs necessary to recover the health, to ensure the healthy life of the individuals within the territories of airports. And also our model implies effectiveness, efficiency of the investments in human life for all ages of individuals.
Okay, thank you very much. Dear colleagues, any other questions? Or we can move further. Okay. Питань наразі немає. Дуже дякуємо за презентацію. Було дуже цікаво. Да, такі, знаєте, спогади з минулих часів на нас навіяли про аеропорти і літаки.
Це надії на майбутнє.
Дай Боже, щоб все в нас виправилося і ви могли застосувати все, що ви робите на практиці. Щиро дякуємо. Дякуємо, дуже була надзвичайно цікава презентація. Добре. Okay, dear colleagues, let's move further. Yes, Tatiana Tkachenko, are you with us? Okay, and we have, hello, yes, and we have the topic improved the municipal wastewater treatment technology in towns and villages. Okay, you're welcome.
Dear Chairman, organizer and participants of the conference, I'd like to represent you the investigation of Kuhar Institute of Bioorganic Chemistry and Petrochemistry of the National Academy of Science of Ukraine deal with the improved the municipal wastewater treatment technology in towns and villages. A typical technological scheme of aerobic wastewater treatment is shown on this slide. In the terms of construction, it can have a different implementation for each of the building objects. At the same time, the specified technological principle is preserved with minor changes. The main disadvantages of these technologies are utilization of raw sediments, 60% of electricity is spent on the air tank, a large amount of excess sludge and low speed of water returned to aerobic sludge. Over the past decades, aeration tanks with extended aeration have been included in the practice of biological treatment of domestic or similar sewage effluents, but they turned out to be economically unfeasible. An alternative solution to aerotanks of extended aeration is treatment of the entire volume of domestic sewage in an anaerobic trichrophilic reactor. According to the inflow of effluents to the structure, it was established that the operation of the trichrophilic reactor can take place in two modes. The USB mode, a reactor with a fixed layer of bottom sludge, and AGSB mode, a reaction with an expanded sludge layer in the bottom part of the reactor. The Kryvyi wastewater treatment plant was chosen as the basic experimental site. The determined characteristic of the process and the evaluation of the pollution subject to such process allowed starting work on the calculation methodology of trichrophilic devices with a flow of liquid. According to the scientific project, the entire volume of wastewater is subject to treatment in anaerobic trichrophilic condition from the very beginning. An integral part of the process is also the decomposition of suspended organic substances that are kept in the flow of liquid in the working volume of the reactor. In this way, two problems are solved at the same time. The first is the preliminary purification of water itself, and the second is the deep destruction of sediments and the destruction of excess microorganisms that cleansed the water of pollutants. Based on the above research, we proposed a new municipal wastewater treatment technology that was called bioconveyor. Bioconveyor facilities for the carbon, nitrogen and phosphorus compounds removal are schematically shown in the next slide. Slide 5 shows the aeration tank of periodic action which works under aeration conditions. Carbon oxidation and nitrification of ammonium nitrogen and removal of orthophosphates. And on slide 6, it works in condition of determination removal of carbon compounds that aeration of aeration tank is turned off. Anaerobic treatment of wastewater in psychrophilic condition provides a significant 4- or 5-fold reduction in dry matter sludge with good water yield properties. Reduction on the other area silt slides allows creating an expensive project of the sewage purification facilities for new construction of specific power consumption of less than 0.2 to 0.5 kilowatt hour per square meters of treated wastewater. Bioconveyor station is made of the single closed block. In the underground part, sewage treatment removed biomass and excess microorganism destruction which purified water take place. Various technological equipment, control and management system, administrative and household and warehouse premise are located in above ground part. Emission gases released from the process tank are cleaned and disinfected before being released into the atmosphere. Air conditioning is provided and administrative and domestic premises and ventilation is necessary in production areas to create a safe atmosphere. This slide presents the modern design of the station. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you. Thank you for just actually your presentation. Dear colleagues, any questions?
I have one.
Anyone? Okay. You're welcome.
Thank you for your presentation. Is it possible to scale these developments to other cities and villages of Ukraine?
Oh, thank you. This the technology could be realized for the community with population from 20,000 to 100,000. That's why it's not depend where in Ukraine you need to realize this technology. Only it depends on the population. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I have one. And have you compared just actually the cost of these developed system maybe with foreign analogs?
Yes, it was done, and as most of our native technologies, it's more commercially attractive than foreign one.
And I really hope that for example, for the rebuilding, yes, and restoration of Ukraine, it will be used. And I have one more question. And how long have you been testing, yes, this system you mentioned at Kaniv, yes, sewage treatment?
Yes, in Kaniv.
Yes.
Done. This investigation was carried out during the 1 year.
During 1 year. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, very good and impressive results for 1 year. And when have you started? It was before war or during the wartime already?
Sorry, I'll repeat.
Ви почали до війни ще, чи це вже було під
Yes,
час
it
війни?
was begin till the war. Unfortunately, we couldn't realize this in this situation.
Okay. I really hope that for the future it will be implemented and will be used. It's very interesting technology because like you know, it's economically efficient, which is more good, yes, in these terms, because such technologies as plasma, yes, they might be for these purposes, yes, they might be good, but they requires a lot of investments for the first thing to be built.
This is the main problem, the many investments for the first time.
Yeah.
And then it's very...
And after that, yes, because we know exactly that, for example, you can live with a lot of things without a lot of things, yes, but clean air and fresh water, and after that safe food, yes, that this is the thing that will make you keep safe and just actually make you live longer. So we
I
really
agree with you.
yes, we really wish you like actually to implement your technology, yes, and commercialize it, yes, find good investors, yes, because the most important for us, for scientists, is like actually for our scientific developments that they are needed, and after that they are implemented into the real life, yes. So
We hope.
I really like actually wish you that. Okay, thank you very much. Maybe some other questions for Tatiana? Okay, you are like so quiet today, like only listening. Don't be afraid asking questions. Questions are good. Okay, thank you very much once again. Let's move slowly further. Our next speaker is Olena Halulobova. Yes, she is here. Nice to see you. And we have presentation utilization of vegetative waste from green infrastructure of cities in situ. Okay, you're welcome. Let's get it started.
Good day, dear organizers and participants of the Congress. We are pleased to present a report on the topic, utilization of vegetative waste from green infrastructure of cities in situ. The relevance of the study is due to the need for the ecosystem management in the disposal of urban organic waste as an important cluster of the smart city concept and green city. During the growing season of green space, and especially at the end of it in autumn, a large amount of plant organic biomass is created, which needs to be utilized. Thus, the collected leaves in most cases fall into containers with household waste and are taken to landfills or burned in places of accumulation. But burning of vegetative organic waste is a violation of Ukraine legislation. As an alternative to these methods of disposal of fallen leaves and other plant residues is composting, vermicomposting. Our study is devoted to these issues. An analysis of the methods presented in several specialized publications made it possible it determine the most optimal one, since it takes into account the entry of carbon into the soil fixed in the form of humus from the organic matter of plant residues. The estimate calculation of plant residues were carried out account to the method of calculating the balance of humus and organic fertilizer rates to ensure its deficit free content in Chernozem soil, which was developed by Chesnyak and Zinchenko at the National Research Center Alexey Nikolaevich Sokolovsky Institute of Soil Science and Agrochemistry. The mass of plant residues is determined by means of regression equations on the yield of the main product as a sum of surface and root plant residues. The estimate calculation carried out by the authors accounting the methodology Chesnyak and Zinchenko shows the in-household plots where potatoes, vegetables, melons are grown 4.0, 4.5 ton per hectare or plant residues that need composting accumulate during the growing season. Within the framework of research conducted by the Department of Environmental Monitoring and Conservation in household in Kharkov in Kirovograd regions, whose household plots were occupied not only by vegetable garden, but also a productive fruit garden, mixed borders and lawn and formed hedges. The mass of plant residues during the growing season reached 10 ton for hectares. That in Ukraine, composting is a strategy of organic waste management for balanced nature management on household plots with the calculation of fruit, vegetable, ornamental grubs have the potential to create up to 2 million tons of humus only of households in rural areas. When created the compost, the influent nitrogen content was compensated for by applying nitrogen fertilizer, and high compensation of saprophytic microorganisms was ensured by using modern microbiological destructor product in Ukraine for the controlled decompensation of plant residues containing strands of bacillus and other microorganisms. The processing of organic waste produces a valuable organic fertilizer, vermicompost. At the experimental site of the Uman National University of Horticulture, the suitability of fallen leaves as a filler for vermicompost was evaluated. The results are present in Figure 1. Based on the results obtained, we propose to develop an environmentally friendly technology for the utilization of urban tree litter, taking into account the peculiarities of the structure of the tree stands of the green zone Kharkiv. The slide shows the distribution of the mass of fallen leaves in the administrative districts of Kharkiv in person. The table 1 shows the results of fallen leaves accumulation in the administrative districts in Kharkiv. The slide shows the results of a SWOT analysis of the municipal program for in situ utilization of plant-based. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. And just actually, I understand that you are all bored with me asking the same question, but dear colleagues, any questions? Please, feel free to ask. Okay, Anastasia, you're welcome.
Can this technology be used in tropical countries? It's my first question. And second, in what directions is it planned to develop the presented research?
Thank you. If you don't mind, I would like to answer your question in Ukraine.
Окей, будь ласка.
Я хочу сказати, що ця технологія, вона безумовно може використовуватися і в інших широтах, і в тропічних, але все ж таки згадуємо принцип перестороги, один із таких важливіших принципів, що був і пролунав і в декларації Стокгольма 1972 році і на саміті Ріо, тому що принцип перестороги, щоб все ж таки це живі істоти, і щоб це не було таких, знаєте, таких ризиків, зв'язаних з захопченням території цими мікроорганізмами, а в широкому контексті, безумовно, так, сапрофітні мікроорганізми, вони мають свій коридор екологічної валентності, тобто я маю на увазі і водний режим, і повітряний режим, і температурний режим, і зрозуміло, що в цих широтах такі умови достатньо сприятливі для того, щоб ці процеси мікробіологічні проходили. Але все ж таки треба обережно використовувати, може все ж таки зробити додаткові дослідження саме з використанням, ну так скажемо, аборигенних мікроорганізмів і представників мезофауни. Дякую.
Так. І ще, здається,
якщо ще одне питання, якщо, будь ласка, можете українською повторити, скажіть, будь ласка.
У яких напрямках ви плануєте розвивати ці представлені дослідження?
Дякую. І так, в статті було сказано, що ми висвітлили два напрямки. Це компостування ін-сіту за допомогою деструкторів і компостування за допомогою створення технології вермикомпостування. І що стосується обидві технології, вони не є високо такими складними технологіями, але технологія вермикомпостування, вона має свої особливості, і все ж таки вона потребує і більш таких суворих вимог, дотримання суворих вимог, і тому ці технології можна використовувати. Ну, наприклад, в закладах освіти. Такі ж школяри, шкільники, вони з задоволенням це спостерігали, як це все наблюдається, тобто ще це питання екологічної освіти. Спеціалізовані установи, парків, ботанічних садів, дендропарків. А якщо йдеться про внутрідомові території, цілітівні ландшафти або присадибні ділянки, то тут дуже ефективно все ж таки, якщо немає такого високого досвіду технологічного і компетенції, використовувати деструктори. І це препарати достатньо недорогі, і дуже таким приємним є те, що в Україні зараз є такі установи, науково-виробничі установи, які производять таку якісну продукцію, і її можна використовувати таким широким загалом. І у нас на кафедрі ми вже співробітники і аспіранти нашої кафедри, вони заклали вже таку достатню кількість дослідів саме в процесі, саме з використанням деструкторів саме для того, щоб оптимізувати і поводження з відходами в міському середовищі, і для того, щоб уникнути ще як бонусом, уникнути і велику кількість і хвороб, і шкідників, тому що та велика кількість сапрофітних мікроорганізмів, яка міститься в деструкторах, вона добре протистоїть саме таким патогенним мікроорганізмам. І якщо Сергій Петрович хоче додати щось, то я буду дуже вдячна.
Ну, я як співавтор цієї доповіді, в принципі, відповідаю за той шматок роботи, яка стосується вермікультури. У нас ця проблематика розробляється давно. Це Уманський національний університет садівництва, який своїми дослідними полями виходить прямо в Софіївку. Ми вирішили закласти цей досвід, і от цього року тільки отримали більш-менш реальні результати. Ну, харків'яни та й решта людей, в містах яких є кінський каштан, напевне, знайомі з проблематикою каштанової молі, яка якби мінує, і каштан від цього жовтіше. Ну, у нас є тут серйозні спеціалісти з захисту рослин, ми з ними поспілкувалися і вирішили провести сумісний експеримент. Значить, усе листя опале із каштану минулорічного врожаю, скажімо так, минулорічної вегетації. Ми заклали в борти із есенія фоетіда, це червоний гнойовий черв'як. І, власне кажучи, зараз ми спостерігаємо відтягнення оцього етапу, такого активного поїдання личинками цієї молі листя каштану. Тобто можна сказати, що червоний гнойовий черв'як, частково я не можу запевнювати, що там 100%, перебив оці личинки цієї мінуючої молі, і її просто стало менше. Тобто ми приходимо до усвідомлення того, що у біосфери є власні механізми для боротьби із, скажімо так, чужорідними видами, які нам часто незручні, хоч я з цього приводу маю власні думки.
Ви в нас на останніх секундах трошки підвесли просто. Ми це ж от... Добре, дякуємо. Чутно, так?
Чутно.
Добре. Колеги, ще є якесь запитання, чи можемо...
Можна ще коротке запитання? Скажіть, будь ласка, а мова йде тільки про листя і про траву, чи, наприклад, про деревину так само в ваших підходах?
Пара моїх дипломниць писали з цього приводу ще років, мабуть, 7 тому. Виконували дослідження. Ми, скажімо так, формували субстрати, де основою є вермікомпост, тобто підселяли туди угруповання есенія фоетіда і додавали до нього різноманітні там у відсотках від 10 до 30 навіть відсотків солому, бадилля соняшника, опилки, тобто оці різні варіанти. Скажімо так, якісь у грубій формі деревинні рештки, черв'як не переб'є. Його треба перемелювати попередньо. Тоді він це може споживати.
Зрозуміло. Дуже
Дякую.
цікаво. А знаєте, що хотілося запитати? А от ви ж порівнювали аналоги, так? От, там різні в світі. То якщо коротко, ще буквально пару секунд, чим от краще ця технологія? Да? Які ж її такі основні переваги?
Скажімо так, це залежить від того, який вид черв'яка ми беремо. Є каліфорнійський черв'як. Ну, він дуже володіє високою продуктивністю, але, на жаль, вимагає дуже суворих вимог щодо утримання. У нас він не прижився. Ми спеціально із нашими колегами-біологами вирішили зробити наступне. І ще перший випуск наших екологів ми попросили усіх студентів з найближчих сел, міст просто копнути баночку цього черв'яка і привезти до нас. Ми сформували початковий субстрат у вигляді коров'ячого гною, трішечки соломи і так далі, і все це туди запустили. І ось він асимілювався, і ми отримали адаптовану до місцевих умов популяцію. Він не такий продуктивний, як той же каліфорнійський, але, в принципі, якщо підживлювати весь час субстрат, то можна досягнути непоганих результатів. Це що стосується питання про види цих біодеструкторів, я так би я назвав. Що стосується різноманітних варіантів рослинної маси, тут так само є певні застереження і обмеження. Наприклад, бажано йому із харчових решток не давати крахмалистих овочів. Не полюбляє він. Там кажуть хліб, зерно, ні. От бажано там, де багато целюлози. Тобто він оце все дуже добре перебуває. Якось так.
Да, зрозуміло, дякуємо. Було надзвичайно цікаво, так само. Бажаємо, щоб ваші технології мали подальше впровадження, так, і застосування. Дякуємо щиро. Рухаємося далі. Let's move further. Okay, we have Alexander Farachov. I think it will be presented by Volodymyr Kotsenko on the play. Yes. The topic is about the methodology to improve concept of maximum security of nuclear facility at minimum costs. You're welcome.
Hi, dear colleagues. Let's consider a report on the topic about the methodology to improve concept of maximum security of nuclear facility at minimum costs. One of the key factors determining the independence of the state is its ability to ensure security and protection of critical infrastructure objects from terrorist influence. Traditionally, its solution is carried out using the concept of deep echelon protection. This concept is reduced to security due to the creation of system of protection from physical barriers. They are built according to the principle of preventing all possible catastrophic events and, in the case of their occurrence, minimizing possible consequences. However, the modern protection methodology doesn't allow optimal security management, as it is associated with methodological limitations of the concept of deeply echeloned protection. Let's assume the occurrence of unlikely event on the example of earthquake. The periodicity of earthquake is assumed to be equal to 10 in 6 power years. For instance, service life for nuclear power plants is approximately 60 or 80 years. From the point of view of safety management, it is impossible to assert a 100% occurrence of earthquake event. In other words, from the point of view of optimal management, such events should be considered as statistically unlikely in relation to the case of accident at potentially dangerous facility. So, consequence of the methodological error of postulating the probability of severe accident is the transfer of hypothetically possible accidents to the category of statistically regular and therefore theoretically inevitable. The essence of the concept of optimal security management of protected nuclear strategic facility is to ensure maximum security of the nuclear facility at minimum cost. As it's shown in Figure 1, the abscissa axis shows the risk value R, which determines the probability of catastrophic event. Accordingly, it is measured as fractional number or as a percentage and cannot exceed a maximum value equal to 1 or 100%. The value indicator C calculated in hryvnias or in conventional units, usually in thousands or millions of value units, They are plotted along the ordinate axis. The first curve is the cost of preventing hypothetical catastrophic event. The higher cost leads to the lower risk of catastrophic event and vice versa. The second curve is the cost of eliminating consequences of hypothetical catastrophic event. In some cases, this technology is called insurance cost. Here, the higher risk leads to higher costs. The third curve shows the total costs of both technologies. The situation determined by the point of intersection of the first and second curves is a situation of optimal security management of the protected nuclear facility. Under this situation, the optimal value of the risk of occurrence of hypothetical catastrophic event requires minimal costs. It is insured. Concept of optimal management of protected critical infrastructure object using Pampuro method provides following 5 provisions. The first provision is a selection of protected object. This object can be any object of the state's critical infrastructure, beginning from the city gas distribution station and ending by the nuclear power plant. The second provision is determination of the means of ensuring the security of the object and the tasks solved by it. The security of protected strategic object is assessed by the risk of any catastrophic event. The general or total costs spent to ensure the safety of protected object consist of 3 components. See Formula 1. The first is the cost of preventing catastrophic event. The second one is the cost of liquidating consequences in the case of this catastrophic event. The third, last one, is means of elimination consequences in the case of danger. The third provision is application of Pampuro method. Pampuro method allows us to consider a technological object from the standpoint of ensuring security as an abstract hypothetical object. Its structure consists of some elements. This allows a single protected critical infrastructure object to be considered as a quadrupole. The fourth provision is the definition of research goals of the abstract quadrupole. Based on the mathematical material presented above, the following research goals of abstract quadrupole can be proposed. The first goal of the study is to find frequency characteristics of abstract quadrupole. It will show how useful information is transferred with the given parameters of the input information flow and information noise entering the input of the abstract quadrupole. This characteristic is primarily determined by the number of all means of ensuring safety of protected object. Secondly, it should minimize the mean square error during the operation of abstract quadrupole. Let's consider the developed mathematical apparatus for different intensities of terrorist influence on nuclear facility. For example, firstly, let's consider the situation when the intensity of terrorist influence on nuclear facility is growing according to exponential law during a limited period of time. In this case, the input of the abstract quadrupole is influenced by the additive information flow, consisting of useful information and information noise. See Formula 3. So it is necessary to find complex frequency characteristic of abstract quadrupole, which minimizes the mean square of the error when the intensity of the input information flow increases according to the exponential law during a limited period of time. Its maximum will be determined by its intensity of influence A and its duration. See Formula 6. Let's consider another case when the intensity of terrorist influence on nuclear facility is maximum and is persisted for a limited period of time. For this, based on expression 11, the case S is an information flow and useful information, statistically independent of n, which at a moment t1 during a limited period of time tv will have a maximum until the moment t2, as shown in figure 3. The final form of the frequency characteristic of abstract quadrupole under the maximum influence of information flow during a limited period of time is described by the formula 12. Its maximum will be determined by the intensity of exposure to A and its duration. See formula 13. The square error in the operation of abstract quadrupole will be equal to formula 14. As a result, we get the frequency characteristic of abstract quadrupole under the influence of information flow. Its maximum intensity is maintained for a limited period of time under conditions of wide information noise. Conclusions. At present time, security methods developed on the basis of the concept of deeply echeloned protection do not provide optimal security management of strategic objects. It doesn't ensure maximum security at minimum costs. Practical implementation requires the development of specialized mathematical apparatus as a priority, which is applied both to large scale, for example, nuclear power plant, and to individual scale, such as research reactor, for example. One of the areas of implementation of optimal security management is the use of the Pampuro method. It provides 5 main provisions, which we have considered on the slides before. The software implementation of the developed mathematical apparatus can be used as a unified software product by security services or physical protection services of various protected objects. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was very interesting. Oh, Alexander is here. Alexander, what is better, English or Ukrainian?
Ukrainian, please.
Окей. Шановні колеги, запитання до пана Олександра. Якщо всі так скромно, так, якщо дозволите, я запитаю. Скажіть, будь ласка, ось ця концепція, про яку говорилося, так, от у роботі, вона може бути застосована лише до об'єктів атомної енергетики?
Дякую за запитання. Ні, атомна енергетика у нас зараз, ми взяли об'єкт як критично важливий, а взагалі ця концепція, вона може застосовуватися для будь-якого об'єкту критичної структури, яка абстрактного чотирьохкорисника, і яке головне має стратегічне значення. В цілому, в принципі, ця концепція може застосовуватися для будь-яких об'єктів критичної інфраструктури різного масштабу і різного рівня підпорядкування.
Ага, зрозуміло. Добре, дякую. І ще от є такий нюанс, от все ж таки про концепцію, продовжуючи тему концепції, буде, як у вашій концепції буде інтерпретуватися такі от поняття, як загроза або ризик? Бо про це я ж не почула під час презентації.
Ну, взагалі загроза – це можливість. Тобто, з іншими словами, поняття загрози передбачає, що це феномен, який може бути як завдати шкоди як людиною, так і природно. Тобто природа теж може завдати шкоду. А ризик інтерпретуємо як це як невизначена ситуація, яка несе обов'язково наявність якихось наслідків, негативних наслідків. По-перше, потім ризик – це багатокомпонентний вимір небезпеки, по-друге. Ну і по-третє, ризик – це ймовірність виникнення цих загроз, це ще таки ризик. І також ризик – це ж ймовірність надання збитків. Ну, хочу зазначити, що навіть визначення таких понять, як ризик і загроза, вона потребує щось таке уточнення для кожного об'єкту. Тобто, бо об'єкти бувають різними за масштабами, там АЕС, ціла або тільки реактор, тому це все должно участвуватися безпосередньо на об'єкті, який досліджується.
Угу. Зрозуміло, дякую. Колеги, можливо, ще в когось є якісь запитання? Якщо немає, то тоді ми будемо рухатися далі. Дякуємо Олександру.
Дякую вам.
Yeah, thank you very much, dear colleagues. Let's move further. Next presenter is Natalia Yevtushenko, and it will be the topic an integrated approach to forecasting and managing emergency situations. In the working phases of coal mines, a set of technical, organizational, and measures to ensure occupational safety with subsequent assessment of potential consequences. You are welcome.
Integrated approach to forecasting and managing emergency situations in the working phases of coal mines. A set of technical, organizational, and measures to ensure occupational safety with subsequent assessment of potential consequences. Introduction. The development of risk assessment methods is the most important condition for forecasting technogenic hazards, the occurrence of emergency situations, their consequences, and damage assessment. This will allow us to identify effective measures to prevent accidents and injuries at the planning stage of mining operations, to reduce the likelihood of technogenic emergency situations at coal mining enterprises, taking into account the requirements of legislation in the field of labor protection. It is necessary to develop and implement a set of organizational and technical measures. Predicting and assessing risk factors, improving the occupational safety and mining safety management system, taking into account the concept of acceptable risk, revealing the basic patterns of formation of the preconditions for negative events depending on the technical level of production and mining and geological conditions. The importance of the work. At present, in order to maintain the required level of labor protection and industrial safety, scientific research on the development of a set of technical and organizational measures to predict emergency situations in the working phases of coal mines and assess their consequences can objectively be qualified as relevant. The purpose of the work is to establish the influence of a complex of mining, geological, and technological factors on the formation of the preconditions for emergency situations, to identify dangerous zones of gathered manifestations and predict the risk of emergency situations, and to develop a set of technical and organizational measures to prevent accidents and injuries during mining operations. The following tasks were set and solved. Analysis and evaluation of the main patterns, reasons for the manifestations of hazards. Factors in the working phases of coal mines. Ranking of the main risk factors that shape the accident rate and industrial injuries in coal mines. Research of existing methods necessary for the development of measures for operational. Forecasting and monitoring of safe cleaning work in coal mines. Development of an algorithm for electromechanical modeling methods for determining and assessing the values of the horizontal components of the stressed parts of the coal massif and their trajectories. Development of methods for assessing and forecasting technogenic hazards, risk of occurrence, and dynamics of emergency situations, their consequences, and possible damage. Results and discussion. The ranking of the main risk factors was carried out on the basis of determining the specific gravity of the groups F as a ratio of each of them to the total number of manifestations of hazards over a given period of time. As a result, several thousand cases of industrial risk were analyzed. More than 30 enterprises and organizations were studied. The spread of the basic data on the share of risk factor standard deviation for various geological and mining conditions didn't exceed 10%. Now on this slide you can see graphics of dynamics of man-made hazards in mine working phases. The result of further research based on the integration of electrographic modeling into the system of mine services was the development of an algorithm for operational forecasting of the location of technogenic emergency situations. Now, on this slide, it is possible to see the scheme of the algorithm for operational forecasting of the location of emergency situations. Assessment and forecast of risks of emergency situations and damage from them as a final stage of the algorithm for operational forecasting of location of emergency situations is carried out using a spatial development methodology. On this slide, you can see the formula of calculating. And now we can see average expected number of accidents during an emergency. The next thing I'm talking about is the algorithm for calculating accidents during downtime of a mechanized longwall in coal mines. The level of risk of an accident at the mining site, taking into account the downtime of the longwall from emergency situations based on retrospective analysis of accident rates at coal mines is. It is possible to see on the slide the formula. Research has made it possible to create a cost chart for monitoring and measures to reduce risk factors in working phases of coal mines. Conditions for the economic efficiency of the project and the cost of monitoring and activities in the longwall for the conditions of this mine. In order to systematically achieve a high level and constantly use the potential of modernization, the future implementation of the concept of the occupation safety and health management system, it is necessary to use the developed algorithm for operational forecasting of the location of emergency situations. In order to more effectively manage hazardous mine processes, significantly reduce occupational injuries, and improve occupational safety, as the experience of the leading countries of the world shows, it is necessary to involve independent contracting commercial organizations that have licenses to carry out specialized mining operations, such as ventilation, degassing, control of dust and gas conditions, hydrogas, geodynamic phenomena, exhalation, and cleaning work. Conclusions. The main conclusions are as follows. Conducted studies of natural and technogenic hazards, basic patterns, reasons for the manifestations of hazardous factors in the working phases of coal mines made it possible to identify 7 groups of risk factors, such as natural exposure, rock mass, and longwall monitoring, equipment, design factors, technological factors, installation and testing of equipment, other factors. Groups of risk factors are ranked in accordance with the specific weights of influence on the occurrence of technogenic emergency situations. An algorithm has been developed for the mine service to quickly predict the location of technogenic emergency situations, which includes the methods of electromechanical analogy and the methodology for predicting and assessing the risks of accidents in the working phases of coal mines. A methodology has been developed for assessing and forecasting the risks of emergency situations, their dynamics and consequences, technical downtime, fatal injuries, loss of mechanized complex damage from longwall time in an environmental accident. Based on the methodology for assessing and forecasting the risks of emergency situations, quantitative values of possible damage from the manifestation of technogenic hazards during underground coal mining were obtained. A set of organizational measures and recommendations has been developed to ensure the safe conduct of underground coal mining based on the results of forecasting and monitoring of geodynamic manifestations processes that provide a reasonable choice of the direction of movement of preparatory and cleaning work, taking into account the values and vectors of the horizontal components of the stress part of the surrounding massif. Based on the research, the program of developing a set of technical and organizational measures for forecasting technogenic hazards, risk of occurrence and dynamics of emergency situations, their consequences, and assessing damage in the working phases of coal mines, which is of significant importance for the coal industry, was solved. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very interesting to listen to. And my dear colleagues, my usual question for today, I know I'm very boring. Do you have any questions for our presenter?
Yes, can I?
Of course you may. Yep.
Do you have the implementation of developed methodology for assessing and forecasting the risk of emergency situation at a real facility?
Work in the directions is underway. However, most in the enterprises locations occupation territory of Luhansk and Donetsk regions. So there is some delay in the resolving these issues.
Thank you very much. And I have once more questions. And have you compared your result with the results of similar studies by other authors? What make your research better?
Of course, yes. An analysis of technical literature was carried out in the circle of the specialist who deals with issues that was determined. There is little information about such studies today.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay, dear colleagues, any other questions? Are there any? If no, I will ask one more question, if you don't mind, Natalia. It's just actually, it was very interesting to listen about your algorithm, and there is to pop up a question about, like, is it possible to apply your algorithm, yes, for prediction, operational predictions of the localization of emergency situation, for example, of technogenic nature, yes, for like uranium mines, gas and oil industry and facilities, so for other purposes?
Yes, of course. The algorithm can be used as a basis. However, when used other areas, it's necessary to craft it on the model coefficient. It is also necessary to take account that the longer the study period, the more adequate the mathematical model will be.
Okay, thank you very much. It's very interesting that it is possible. And as I mentioned at the beginning, I will be on the first part moderating of our workshop. Yes, so thank you for those ones I managed to moderate the conversation. It was very nice. And it's very good that we have one more person to, you know, like actually step in and to continue, because the electricity is switched off, and I hope that my computer will just last a little bit longer, but not too long. So my partner in crime is Professor Teodosia Yatseshin. So she will continue moderating it. Yes, our second half. And like actually I have all the pleasure to give her the lead. But before, I want to present her as the presenter of the next speech. So it will be technological solutions for the population in the conditions of existing challenges. You're welcome and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
We are glad to have the opportunity to report at the conference. We want to present a report on the topic technological solution for the population in the conditions of exciting challenges. Based on the exciting facts of the state of environmental equality, the planet's resilience to climate challenges, innovations in the scientific world, and the quality of human life, there is a need to rethink and choose a vector that will allow us to have a chance to continue life on the planet Earth. It is important to access real threats, reconsider their causes, and move towards solving them using exciting scientific innovations for the benefits of every person on the planet, not individual selected groups. This forms the basis of the goal and objective of the studies. The Global Risk Report, as a result of the World Economic Summit held in Davos in 2020 and 2023, talk about the most likely risk in the short term 2 years and the long term 10 years term. It is noted that the next decided will be characterized by environmental and social crisis. The most serious risk for the next 2 years is an human cost of living crisis, the peak of which is expected to reach in the shortest possible term. Loss of biodiversity and ecosystem collapse is one of the fastest deteriorating global risk over the next decade, and all six environmental risks are among the 10 biggest risks of the next 10 years. The materials of the study, Evolution of the Polycrisis, Anthropocene Traps the Challenges Global Sustainability, note 14 evolution dead ends, so-called traps, global, technological, and structural. Among them, it is worth nothing. Simplification of ecosystems through agriculture, which makes those ecosystems very vulnerable and can cause hunger. Economic growth for growth that doesn't benefit either people or the environment. Instability of global cooperation, international conflicts with the use of weapons, tipping points of climate change after which irreversible chain reaction will occur. Using information from the that platform, we can observe an increase in the number of natural hazards that occur almost every day. A narrow view of the causes of real threats to people on the planet is leading to figures currently being recorded that shows that more than 176 million people around the world have been forced to be displaced due to the floods, storms, earthquake, or drug science. 2008 and in 2022, this figures was 32.6 million. It is predicted the growth of climate refugees in the future. For the past 9 months, as noted again, Smith, director of NASA Goddard Institute for Space Studies, mainland and sea surface temperature have overshot previous record each month by up to 0.2 degrees, a huge margin at the planetary scale. This sudden heat spike greatly exceeds prediction made by statistic climate models that rely on past observation. Many reasons for this discrepancy have been proposed, but as yet no combination of them has been able to reconcile our theories with that has happened. Such results call into question that exciting concept of the causes of climate change, as it is based mainly on economic values. Our planet is affected by all selected bodies, in particular the sun. Thus, all the shells of the Earth fall under the influence of significant number of external factors. Given the above, it is necessary to direct the use of science for humans, that is the first stage of provide an opportunity to use exciting scientific developments to meet priority needs and in parallel to intensively develop research on the real causes of climate change and protect the planet from the influence. Consider three main resources that are necessary for humanity and their absence of important quality threatens the health and life of the population. Thus, in conditions of climate changes, the population faces the problem of providing clean water, energy, and food. Nowadays, supplies of drinking water extraction technology from the air are present in 29 countries of the world, but still there is a large population on the planet that doesn't have access to clean water, and currently this number is growing due to the climate change, military conflict, etc. The use of the presented technologies for extracting water from the air on a general planetary scale can be used to clean the ocean from the microplastic when installing appropriate filters on devices. Also, the presented technologies can awaken aggressive natural phenomena accompanied by the fallout of significant volumes of water. But once again, it must be emphasized that such result can be obtained with the mass introduction of water collection technology from the air. Next, another technology related to the above is the cultivation of plants in an enclosed space in hydro or aeroponic condition. The technology of vertical farms, indoor farming, are able to provide humanity with affordable and environmentally safe food, as well as significantly reduce the logistics and from the bed to the plate. And using vertical greenhouses, plants are grown using fog, farmers will be able to provide up to 99% water saving. Consider options for obtaining energy without using any fuel. This means that under the conditions of exciting cold, the user will not depend on the centralized supply of electricity or need of fuel to generate energy. This is very important in view of the need to use technologies specified in the points above. Necessary conditions for the introduction of technological innovation for a person. Truthfulness and reliability of the facts dissemination in the information space. Second, building social relation based on the united in diversity. Next, a society where scientific potential is diverse for the good of all people. The productive and technological activities of society are aimed exclusively at important the quality of human life. High quality education that is in university accessible and adaptive to the needs and capabilities of the learner. And as conclusions, the analysis of modern challenges and exciting risks showed the need for immediate decision-making on the revision of the generally accepted theory of climate change in order to be able to focus on the search for technologies to protect the planet from unexplored radiation. Next, at the same time, a significant number of the threatening phenomena will be continue to pose a risk to human life. So there is no doubt about the need to use a number of technological solutions that make it possible to ensure the primary needs of humanity. Such technologies are technology for extracting water from the air, vertical farms, and non-fuel energy generation. And recommendations are presented that enable the implementation of the proposed solution and bring the possibilities to science to a new level under which humanity achieves the ability to manage matter for the benefits of every inhabitant and the presentation and restoration of the environment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. So, dear colleagues, any questions to those? Yes, Anastasia, you're welcome.
So I have few questions.
Anastasia, you're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yes, we are here.
Yes, yes.
Okay, I have few questions. And first, in your opinion, what technologies, in addition to the proposed one, need to be developed for the sustainability of society in the condition of the mentioned challenges?
Thank you very much for your question. Very interesting question. And first of all, there are basic needs, the most being met for the population in the face of exciting challenges: clean water, food, energy, and health. And the materials mentioned technologies related to nutrition, water, and energy. And therefore, it is now important to mention ensuring the accessibility of medicine for all social groups. It's very important, as natural aggressive phenomena such as dust storms, space weather, and temperature extremes accelerate chronic diseases and contribute to the development of allergies and other illnesses. And currently, there are already technologies that allow for accessible diagnostics. For example, Forward has released portable clinics, care pods, it's called, which are placed in locations accessible to a wide audience, such as shopping center or offices and the gyms. And these clinics allows people to quickly neglect their health without the needs to visit traditional medical facilities, which can be especially useful for those who daily doctor visits due to businesses or fear of medical establishment. And I think, secondly, the integration of artificial intelligence and advanced technologies will help increase the accuracy of diagnostic and the effectiveness of treatment, as the system can analyze large volumes of data and study each new case. And the low cost of using such clinics compared to traditional paid medicine services is also significant advanced stage, and which can make medical care more accessible to wide segments of the population. And these, I believe, are steps towards shifting medicine to a level of disease prevention rather than dealing with neglected conditions. And that's my think about it.
Thank you very much. And my second question, are dynamics related to climate change?
Yes, it is one of the part of the one of the very close related with climate change. And we currently seeing an increase in the number of earthquake and volcanic activity. If you can see news and have some opportunity to investigate this publication, you can see that very a lot of the geodynamic is now is, and I think we need have other more deeply investigation in these areas, and more deeply understanding this relationship.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it is enough for the questions. Yes, because we have some limits, yes, and deadlines, of course. Now I transfer the moderation to Theodosia. Theodosia, you are welcome, and thank you all once again for yes, making your presentations and be so active in answering and asking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valeria. I hope we can successfully continue our conference. And I have the honor to invite to the next speaker. And please, next speaker will be Anastasia Lohoyko with the presentation Radioecological Monitoring as a key factors in food quality management. Please, Anastasia.
Hello, dear colleagues. We offer you a report on radioecological monitoring as a key factor in food quality management. After nuclear weapon testing and technogenic accident, more and more citizens around the world began to worry about the quality of food, content of heavy metals, radionuclide, and other. As these radionuclides share some chemical properties with nutrients, plants and animals absorb them along with necessary nutrients for growth. As shown in Figure 1, artificial radionuclides migrate through the food chain. Radioactive cesium is washed out through atmospheric precipitation and enters the soil, substitute potassium in plants. This process is particularly significant for potassium-rich crops, which can result in radiocesium entering the human body through trophic chains. The result of the analysis shows that the problem we outlined is considered and described in the following areas: development and use of equipment for radioecological monitoring, Use of monitoring data to solve problem of management of radiation-contaminated areas. Study of radionuclide migration through trophic chains. Peculiarities of functioning and regulatory and legal support of radioecological monitoring of food products. The aim is to analyze the data and compare the regulatory framework for food quality management within the framework of radioecological monitoring. France. Monitoring of radioactivity in food in France at the national level is carried out by the Direction Générale de l'Alimentation DGAL in cooperation with the Institut de Radioprotection et d'Issues Nucléaires IRSN. The most important radionuclides tested are cesium-134 and cesium-137. The IASEI carries out additional analysis on the samples submitted to check for several natural and artificial radioactive elements. An example of 2018 radiation monitoring data visualization for food products in France is present in Figure 2. Spain. The Spanish Nuclear Safety Council, CSN, manages the national radiological surveillance network consisting of automatic and sampling stations. This network provides information on the levels of radioactivity in air, water, soil, and basic foodstuff. You can see in Figure 3. A map with sampling station where food is collected, shown in Figure 4. Cultivated vegetables are collected at 16 stations in different farms. Intensive agriculture is carried out both in open ground and in greenhouses. The UK. The Northern Ireland Environment Agency monitors the long-range impact of liquid discharge from the UK's largest nuclear complex, Sellafield, into the Irish Sea. It is sampling fish, shellfish, and indicator material from several locations along the coastline. You can see in Figure 5. The program to monitor natural and artificial radionuclides in crops in England, Wales, and the Channel Islands as a check on general food contamination away from nuclear facilities was discontinued in 2014. Germany. Radioecological monitoring of food in Germany carried out by the Bundesanfangschutz in the past. Artificial radionuclides from the atmosphere have been deposited on plant and animal food in Germany following the Chernobyl nuclear power plant accident and atmospheric nuclear weapon testing. Southern Germany was particularly affected by the Chernobyl accident. The mixed diet of healthy adult is obtained by collecting samples of food and beverage served in the Pleasant prison in Berlin. An example of mixed diet sample is shown in Figure 6. Sampling is supported by the Veterinary and Food Surveillance Office of the District of Charlottenburg-Wilbersdorf, Berlin. Regular official monitoring of important foodstuff in Germany does not specifically check for radioactive contamination. Nevertheless, important goods may undergo inspection related to the Fukushima nuclear power plant and Chernobyl nuclear power plant accident. China. National Nuclear Safety Administration (NNSA) is improving the management of the National Environmental Radiation Monitoring Network. The NSA is providing recommendations to environmental protection authorities in all provinces, autonomous regions, and municipalities. The NNSA is also strengthening radioecological monitoring of the marine environment in connection with the release of treated wastewater from the Fukushima nuclear power plant in 2023. The geographical location and details of water and food sampling are shown in Figure 7. Ukraine. The State Service of Ukraine and Food Safety and Consumer Protection carries out radiation monitoring of the level of radioactive contamination of agricultural products and food by the legislation of Ukraine. All information on the level of activity of radionuclides in food in different regions of Ukraine is available on the website of this institution. The monitoring laboratories of the Ministry of Agrarian Policy and Food of Ukraine also carry out monitoring in phase of concentration of radioactive substance in soil and food. The Ukrainian Research Institute of Agriculture Radiology, a structure unit of the NULIS of Ukraine, deals with radiation monitoring of agrobiocenosis, including radiation monitoring of products in contaminated areas. Today, access to information on radiation pollution is limited due to Russian military aggression. In this study, relevant data from open source of information was collected and analyzed critically for each country. They compared the content of the two most common artificial radionuclides, strontium-90 and cesium-137, which can be life-threatening as they can replace potassium and calcium in the body. These radionuclides are formed during the decay of uranium and are present in most parts of the world as pollutants. Table 1 shows their permissible levels of cesium-137 and strontium-19 radionuclides in different from food products in Ukraine, the European Union, China, and South Korea. Based on Table 1, we can conclude that Ukraine has the most stringent regulation on the maximum content of radionuclides in food. After analyzing the IAEA publication, we have completed a Table 2 that shows the permissible levels of radionuclides in food products in Ukraine following the accident in the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. It is worth noting that monitoring the migration of radionuclides and their impact on the population has enabled us to determine the maximum level of radionuclides contamination in food products and take preparation measures. This has helped in reducing the mortality rate among the population and livestock, ensuring a safer life for all. Conclusion. The comparison of the maximum allowable levels of radionuclides in food products according to the legislation of different countries revealed that Ukraine has the most stringent standards for the maximum content of cesium-137 and strontium-19. The author of a publication suggests that due to the significant delay, usually 3-4 years, in updating data on a radioecological monitoring of food products, it would be beneficial to have a signal portal where information on the contamination of food products with radionuclides can be published. The European Radiological Data Exchange Platform could be utilized for atmospheric air radiological monitoring data, making the information readily available for public use, scientific research, and public awareness. This approach would enhance the effectiveness of radioecological monitoring efforts. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Anastasia. It is the interesting report and very interesting research, and it was very interesting to hear about the content of radionuclides in foods, products in different countries, and maybe some question have our colleagues which here, please. Okay, now I have one question. Is this work you provide data on strontium-19 and cesium-137? And do you have similar studies for other radionuclides?
Yes, we also studied other radionuclides, such as plutonium and americium, but we chose strontium 19 and cesium 137 because they were found in all the works we studied. Because about plutonium and americium, in like Germany and France, we didn't find anything. So we chose strontium and cesium.
Thank you, and it is very interesting for me. How is radiolocation? How is radiological monitoring of imported food products carried out? Is quality or feature?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question if it was?
Okay,
Because
okay, I want to if need to write in chat, but how is radiological monitoring of imported foods products carried out? Is quality of feature?
how radiological monitoring in regular official monitoring of imported food products like does not include measures aimed at detecting potential radioactive contamination, and is carried out in specialized laboratories which analyze radionuclide in food. If I understand question, you ask me about features, yes? Because
Yes.
because light turn off and my internet not stable.
Understand? Okay. Yes, you right. Understanding my questions.
So it's no different between monitoring in a food in a country and food which was imported. It's same.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Anastasia. And I think maybe we continue our presentations, and I want to I want to invite the next speaker. Please, Галина Грицуляк, with the presentation bioenergetic efficiency of growing miscanthus with sewage sediment. Please. I hear that Anastasia is
of growing miscanthus with sewage sediment. Introduction. Cultivation of energy crops is gaining relevance in areas with high climatic potential of biomass accumulation. In Ukraine, in order to diversify the supply of energy and increase the share of renewable sources with characterized by a number of positive characteristics, one of which is high level of accumulation of dry mass, which can easily be processed into first and second generation fuel. As a rule, low productive degraded areas marked by a low level of effective fertility are set aside for planting energy crops, including miscanthus. Therefore, it is important to establish effective method of growing miscanthus with the introduction of various fertilizers. One of the effective sources of replenishment of organic matter in the soil and elements of mineral nutrition is a huge sludge of the municipal economy, which is characterized by an increased content of nutrients. Many studies have established the effectiveness of employing sewage sludge of various types of soil, including counter miscanthus and increasing the biomass collection of various doses of its application. However, the issue of bioenergetic of using sewage sludge for miscanthus is studied, which led the implementation of our research. The main purpose and objectives of research, the use of sewage sludge in agriculture is often regulated by legislations that requires compliance with certain treatment and application standards and procedures. The task of our research is to treat sewage sludge before its introduction to reduce the risk of contamination and ensure its safe use. The purpose of our study is the effect of sewage sludge on miscanthus yield. It can help determine the optimal levels of its application and provide recommendation for the practical use of an energy crop with high energy value with the introduction of a certain dose of fertilizer. Using sewage sludge as fertilizer for miscanthus can be an effective way to recycle organic waste. Research method field experiments were conducted in the west of our country, namely in the territory of the Ivano-Frankivsk region, village Tsanchiv, Yamnitsa, it is Yamnitsk United Territorial Community. It's and the stream of field experiments included the following option. Its area where field research was carried out, and research method, statistical precision of the search results was carried out using the method of mathematical statistics, using the statistic 6.0 and Excel programs. In our studies, the efficiency of miscanthus cultivation was determined at the rate of the gross energy accumulated by the crops to the energy cost for the production of biomass per unit area. This value describes the energy used to grow crops, including all process from soil preparation to harvest, and the amount of gross energy it was used to assess the energy efficiency of growing phytoenergy crops and increase the efficiency of biomass production process for energy needs. Next, we have discussion of the result, but first of all, I tell you about miscanthus. Miscanthus is a perennial crop what is growing in America and Western Europe as one of the sources for the production of solid biofuel, and the conducted study shows that the biomass of miscanthus grows proportionality during the growing season, starting from May and ending in September. And due to the high yield to dry biomass, high calorific value, low natural humidity of stems at the time of harvesting. Miscanthus is the most effective compared to other agricultural crops. Since accordingly, every year the collection of miscanthus biomass increase and the energy output increases with the harvest, and compost increase use energy output compared to option where fresh sewage sludge was applied but remained higher compared to the no fertilizer control. Therefore, the energy yield of miscanthus was the lowest in the control without fertilizers. The energy yield decreased with the application of compost compared to the option where fresh CC was applied but remained higher compared to the no fertilizer control. Therefore, the energy yield of miscanthus was the lowest in the control without fertilizer. In the same time, the P level in the analysis is greater than this than 0.5 as a null hypothesis about the absence of the normal description of data can be rejected. The Kolmogorov Smirnov clarifying its control created criteria confirm the assumption about the normality of the description. The P level of the criteria in greater than 0.2. Since the option for the introduction of CSC directly affected the change in gross energy output with the yield of gained miscanthus, the regression model of gross energy output can be described by the following equation. So from this we have a comparative analysis of the tables, and it shows that the application of fertilizers significantly affects the production of dry biomass of miscanthus, and the combination of CC with mineral fertilizers further increases the yield of biomass. And variants with compost also show high results, emphasizing the efficiency of using organic waste for growing miscanthus on podzolic soil, and in conclusion, we have discussion of the results. Yes, a comparative analysis of the table shows that the application of fertilizers significantly affects of production of dry biomass of miscanthus. And analysis of dry biomass yield indicator for each research option demonstrates that fertilizer application increases biomass production, and variants with mineral fertilizers shows moderate growth compared to the fertilized control, and the application of CSA further increases biomass yield with significant increase in the use of CSA doses. Compost combining CSA and straw also has an effective effect on biomass production, highlighting the usefulness of integrating organic waste for growing energy crops. Using the example of maize, Kansas, a detailed comparative analysis of yield of solid biofuel from maize, Kansas shows that the application of fertilizers contributes to an increase in the yield of dry mass. On this picture, we have depends of the energy efficiency of coefficient of the yield of dry biomass of these Kansas and the yield of gross energy, and taking into account it can be accurate that the application of CSC with a compensatory dose of mineral fertilizers in the extremely effective way of increasing the biomass of energy crops, for example, maize, Kansas. In conclusion, according to our research, the application of seed sludge for the cultivation of energy crops using the example to maize, Kansas increases the yield from 19.1 ton hectare to 20 hectare, depending on the application rates of the CC and compost based on CC. A detailed comparative analysis of the yield of solid biofuel from maize, Kansas shows that the application of fertilizers contributes to an increase in the yield to dry mass, and without fertilizers, 21.1 ton hectare of biofuel of produced with mineral fertilizers, the yield increase to 25.96 ton hectare, and with more mineral fertilizers to 90 ton hectare, the yield of solid biofuel is 28.38 ton hectare, whereas with the show even more growth, especially is high doses, reaching 32.78 ton hectare. Composting with CC also improves yield from 30.3 ton hectare to 31.24 ton hectare, depending on the amount of compost and fertilizers. It is advisable to pay attention to the increase of the energy efficiency coefficient with the application. It is with the introduction of fertilizer with that or a norm of CC 50 ton hectare and compost based on CC at the rate of 20 ton hectare, that increases the output of gross energy to 547 hectare. The relationship between the output of gross energy and the content of dry weight of maize, Kansas was studied. The coefficient of determination and the correlation coefficient Yes, it is, which indicated a moderately strong positive correlation. Thank you for your attention. Bye.
Thank you for very important studies, for presentation, very important studies, because the energy issues is extremely relevant now. And do you have some questions, please?
I have one.
Okay, please.
How many years can miscanthus be grown in the on the plot?
Can you hear me? Because I have some problems with internet. You hear me?
Yes, we are here.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for your questions. Miss Hanses can be grown in one area for 20-25 years.
Thank you.
Thank you, you too. Thank you for your question.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, we have to follow the rules, and thank you for our speakers. And I want to present our next speaker. It's Gritsula Galina too, with the presentation assessment of aesthetic and ecological functions of the urbanized part of small watercourses of Mlenivka and Radchanka by the indicator of visual quality of the environment. Please, presentation.
Congratulations of esteemed attendees. Allow me to present the research on the topic Assessment of Aesthetic and Ecological Function of the Urbanized part of Small Watercourses of Mlenivka and Radchanka by the indicator of visual quality of the environment. As part of the scientific project Trial of the Aesthetic and Ecological Function of Small Watercourses of the Mlenivka and Radchanka rivers on the territory of the Ivano-Frankivsk City United Territorial Community, an assessment of the visual effects along the shoreline of these watercourses was carried out. The project was implemented during 2023 with the support of the Federal Ministry of Economy and Climate Action of Germany as part of the project of the International Climate Initiative, strengthening civil society in the implementation of national climate policy. The purpose of the study to assess the visual impact inherent in urbanized areas within the shoreline of small watercourses, using the example of the small rivers Radchanka and Mlenivka within the limit of the Ivano-Frankivsk urban united territorial community, since the preservation of small rivers within cities is the primary goal for ensuring quality ecosystem services for the purpose of recreation functioning of the urban water complex. Aesthetic purposes such an assessment will allow identifying at the initial stage of research areas that have been significantly changed due to anthropogenic activity and areas where natural factors do not have a sufficient compensatory effect. In the conditions of significant urbanization of agricultural areas, development with the creation of residential town, grabbing of green zones and water protection zones, of small water courses for the arrangement of parking lots, expansion of the infrastructure of shopping areas, playgrounds, access roads, public transport stops, gas station and solid waste storage areas, the use and advertising banners, pools, lighting sources, and electrician and engineering object, color communication objects, the visual environment of the city, and several areas undergo significant destruction. The assessment was carried out according to the protected scoring method using the author's software products visual eco-safety. The formation of the matrix of points for statistical processing of data by group or criteria was carried out of the Microsoft Excel environment. The elements of expert assessment were also used. The marking of observation points and image of water courses were given using remote image in the Google Earth Pro program. On the slide, you can familiarize yourself with the result of the assessment of indicator of the visual quality of the environment along the coastline of the Mlynivka and Tarachenka rivers. Consider the areas where the lowest point and the highest were obtained. Point 12. Locate on the lands of the Starobogorodiansk territorial community receives the lowest visual quality of the environment. The territory is designed for a solid waste landfill, contains a gas distribution station. The access roads are complicated, and around the design communication are covered with corrosion. The physiognomic characteristic of the territory are mainly and anthropogenic origin. The visual impact is satisfactory. The highest point point of the visual quality of the environment were obtained by 8 and 10 observation point, located in the village of Lisets and Stem respectively. The extremely high potential for the development of ecological and aesthetic function of the research area is reflected in the dominant object in the village. To determine the contribution of each of the three groups of evaluation criteria, natural object, anthropogenic, and man-made object, physiognomic characteristic of the territory, the method of calculating the relative indicator of the visual quality of the environment was applied. For the purpose, the point assigned by the expert research in each of the criteria groups were summed up, averaged, and divided by the number of criteria contained in the group. Based on studies of visual impact along the riverbanks of Mlynivka and Trachenka, it has been found that the lowest level of visual quality of the environment is observed at point 12 in the Starobogorodiansk community. The highest indicator of visual quality were recorded at points 8 and 10, located in Lisets and Stepnik respectively. Other points are characterized by moderate visual impact. Analysis of visual pollution of natural riverbanks in the Starobogorodiansk territorial community and the village of Drahomarchane revealed significant anthropogenic interference. The presence of solid household waste, landfill, eroded paths, corroded communication, and the proximity of asphalt road to the water stream increase the risk of pollution and negatively affect the visual attractiveness of this landscape. Research of visual, anthropogenic, and physiognomic characteristic of urban system along the river Mlynivka and Radchanka demonstrated significant differences between selected points. Evaluation of natural objects showed high naturalness at points 10 and 15, but the overall score for visual quality is highest as 0.8 in the context of anthropogenic object points 6 and 7 were found to be overloaded, while at point 12 the percent of land filled negatively affect visual quality. Physiognomic characteristic of the urban system revealed the maximum naturalness of smells and sound of nature at several points, however, points 15. To improve the visual quality of the environment within the studies areas, we can provide the following suggestions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you for this report, for this presentation, and I remind all of you that you can also ask questions in the chat. And are there any questions for this presentation? To this presentation?
Yeah, may I?
Please.
Hello, everybody. Can you more highlight why the rivers Mlynivka and Radchanka were chosen for your research?
I think stability and nature landscape of the shoreline of the small rivers, Mlynivka, Radchanka, open streams and small streams that are formed from the and have an open surface flow into the main river were definite as the object of the study of the visual quality of the environment and as a component of the comprehensive ecological as well as related to the land. The Mlynivka and Radchanka rivers are the main source of water supply for the city lake in Ivano-Frankivsk, which is considered one of the largest irrigation authorities in the city. This was the main reason for choosing this river for irrigation.
Okay, the sound is not
Thank
very
you for your
good.
answer.
Okay.
Noise is not so good, but I understand the answer. Thank you so much.
Maybe other questions? Okay, understand. Let's present other report. Thank you very much for presentation, Galina Gritsulak, and let's next speaker. Let's present next speaker, Людмила Архипова, with the presentation patterns of PM10 particle change in the atmosphere of Ivano-Frankivsk city.
Congratulations, Alex.
Dear conference participants, I would like to present a report on the topic Patterns of PM10 particles change in the atmospheric air of Ivano-Frankivsk city. Particulate matter belong to the main pollutants of atmospheric air, which cause serious concern for health. PM10, which diameter doesn't exceed 10 micrometers, are able to penetrate deep into the lungs and enter the blood, causing cardiovascular, cerebrovascular, respiratory, and other diseases. And the main sources of PM10 in the atmospheric air are the anthropogenic factors. Air quality standards in the European Union regarding PM are determined by Directive on Ambient Air Quality and Cleaner Air for Europe. In Europe, the limit values are the daily PM10 concentration should be 50 micrograms per cubic meter, no more than 35 excesses per year, and the average annual value should be 40 micrograms per cubic meter. In 2021, the World Health Organization issued new guidelines for air quality, such as the daily average limit value for PM10 of 45 micrograms per cubic meter and an annual average limit of 15 micrograms per cubic meter. European Union standards are currently being revised. Spatial temporal patterns of particle distribution may differ depending on specific meteorological and geographical conditions, sources of pollution. The work of Italian researchers illustrates the main results of the process of spatial temporal interpolation of PM10 concentration with the daily resolution using a set of 410 monitoring locations in Italy for 2015. The result of the model is a set of 365 daily PM10 maps of Italy with a grid of 1 kilometer per 1 kilometer. Taiwanese researchers investigated spatial temporal patterns of PM based on a number of methods. PM 2.5 or PM10 have been found to vary over time and space, depending on weather conditions and the spatial distribution of land use and emission patterns in local areas. Satellite-based measurements of aerosol optical depths offer the possibility of estimating impacts on populations in locations without monitoring stations. And analysis of spatial and temporal pollutants variations and their possible sources in urban areas of Istanbul showed that PM10 concentrations demonstrate significant variations across the city, with current PM10 levels in several traffic hotspots and industrial areas exceeding European Union air quality limit. The temporal distribution was characterized by high concentrations in winter and low in summer. An equally important aspect is the study of the relationships between PM10 concentration and meteorological characteristics. Meteorological conditions such as temperature, humidity, wind, and atmospheric pressure can affect the concentration, distribution, and transport of PM10. Chinese researchers studied seasonal changes and their impact on aerosol concentrations. The results revealed pronounced seasonal variability in fine particles, with the highest concentration in summer and the lowest in spring. A group of scientists from Bangladesh studied the relationship between the average daily temperature, relative humidity, precipitation, and concentrations of the main air pollutants in the city of Dhaka according to data from the period of 2013-2017. The main results are negative correlations of PM2.5 and PM10 concentrations with temperature and relative humidity, different effects of meteorological parameters, seasonal fluctuations on the air pollutants concentration, the adequacy of various models application for the solid particles modeling. There is no systematic state control of PM10 concentration in Ivano-Frankivsk city, which is a regional center with a population of about 250,000 people. There is one stationary air quality monitoring post in Ivano-Frankivsk Regional Center for Hydrometeorology of the State Emergency Service of Ukraine. Here, pollutant concentrations are measured 4 times a day. The content of general dust, undifferentiated by size, sulfur, nitrogen dioxide, carbon oxide is assessed. Also, the state institution Ivano-Frankivsk Regional Center for Disease Control and Prevention of the Ministry of Health of Ukraine monitors the atmospheric air pollution condition at 20 route observation points on the border of enterprises sanitary protection zones within residential buildings in the influence of highway zones, etc. In 2023, Ivano-Frankivsk City Council approved the state monitoring program in the field of atmospheric air protection of the Ivano-Frankivsk agglomeration for 2023-2027. The program provides for the modernization of the atmospheric air quality monitoring system, but this requires significant capital investments, the purchase and installation of a complex of equipment at a stationary observation point for automatic operational fixed measurements. The aim of our research was to establish spatio-temporal regularities in the distribution of solid particles and the meteorological parameters of atmospheric air. Due to the lack of necessary data from official sources, data from a public air quality monitoring station became a substitute. We used a database of one EcoCity station. The station is located in the central part of Ivano-Frankivsk within the historical and architectural protected territory of local importance. There are no significant stationary pollution sources and highways near the observation site. The database included hourly measurements of PM10 concentration, air temperature, atmospheric pressure, and relative humidity for 306 days in 2019 from March to December, with a total of 7,344 measurements for each parameter. Certain irregularities in the time variation of PM10 concentration were found. In the daily variation of PM10 concentration, a decrease in concentration is observed from a maximum of about midnight to a minimum of about 4 p.m. with an intermediate increase in stabilization at 10-11 a.m. The proposed sinusoidal model reflects the distribution of data in the morning from 5 to 11 a.m. quite well. The seasonal variability of PM10 concentrations is characterized by higher values in the cold season. The highest monthly average PM10 values are in March, the lowest in July. There are significant fluctuations in average daily concentrations from 0 to 100 micrograms per cubic meter, especially in the cold season. 442 instantaneous indicators are above the daily average limit value of 50 micrograms per cubic meter. The identified daily and seasonal patterns are likely related to such factors as meteorological conditions, pollution sources, or atmospheric chemistry, which requires further investigation. Relationship between PM10 concentrations and meteorological conditions. There is a relationship between PM10 concentrations and air temperature. During the day, nighttime temperatures are always lower than daytime temperatures, and during the year, higher particle concentrations during cold periods. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you for the research, and the research is very interesting as we have seen dust from the Africa so far, and so I have questions. I know that PM 2.5 is considered more dangerous for human health. And have you investigation the dependence on meteorological parameters?
Thank you very much for your question, Theodosia. Yes, indeed, PM2.5 is more dangerous for human health. We know about this. Since PM2.5 is a component of PM10, so their spatial temporal distribution will be identical, but functional regulators may differ somewhat. So this is the subject of our future research.
Thank you. And what are direction of your further research?
Our further research is aimed at obtaining special spatial patterns of PM10 and PM2.5 distribution within the Carpathian region based on the data from public monitoring station. We have so much data, so much from public monitoring of all Carpathian region, and there is an idea of determining the anthropogenic component of dust pollution by comparing data in recreation and industrial areas, because in our opinion, the main reason for the decrease in the concentration of particular patterns in the warm period of the year is the natural patterns of temperature increase. Inverse dependence of particle patterns concentration on temperature is also observed in the daily cycle. In our opinion, the main reason is the condensation of moisture on aerosols when the temperature drops and they fall to the earth surface. That is a decrease in their concentration in the suspended state.
Thank you for the detailed answer and for the interesting report. And we invite those present to ask questions. Now let's to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Yaroslav Yakovenko. Yaroslav Yakovenko with the presentation prospects. Okay. Prospects of the okay. Prospects of the recycling of the metallurgical waste. Please.
Dear Session Chair and the members of the session, a research on the topic prospects of the recycling of metallurgical waste is proposed to your attention. Actually, when we speak about metal waste, we mean that it constitutes a significant part of industrial and consumer waste worldwide. Proper handling of them is not only important for reducing the impact on the environment, but also for more rational use and recovery of very valuable resources. Solving the problem of waste disposal has been a priority issue for many years from the point of view of restoring and preserving the state of the environment. The issue of the possibility of circulation of products produced by industrial enterprises is raised immediately before the examination of measures to improve the state of atmospheric air, water bodies, and protect the diversity of flora and fauna. Currently, in terms of industries, the attention of the world community is directed to the waste of mining and metallurgical complex, in particular to the metallurgical industry, the waste of which is sent to artificially created landfills to a great extent. In Ukraine, metallurgy has been a fundamental branch of the national economy for many decades. We can see that metallurgical plants and steel plants have been the largest tax players to the budgets of all levels for many years and constantly create new jobs. Ukraine's provision of large amounts of natural resources for many years made it possible not to consider waste as a production material. So this has led to the fact that the reuse of metallurgical slag as an industrial waste for metal smelting process is only from 40 till 50%. On the other hand, in European countries, it's up to 90% of industrial slag from the total annual volume of formation, which is perceived as components of mixtures, the construction, as plating of roads, etc. In Ukraine, only approximately 20% of slag waste is used in mixtures for road construction. Slag as industrial waste, according to standard approaches, needs to be transported to designated waste storage sites, which causes additional extremely high transport costs, fuel costs, and for giant enterprises costs for the construction of transport routes. Currently, due to the military actions on the territory of Ukraine, there is also the problem of disruption of many logistics supply chains, which has a negative impact on the supply of construction material in particular, stone and other raw materials for the production of concurrent mixtures. Therefore, research and substantial of ways to use industrial slag at metallurgical enterprises of Ukraine in order to increase the economic effect for the enterprises itself and for general ecological effect as a whole is gaining relevance. Going further, one can say that in terms of environmental security, global organizations and leaders are raising the issue of finding new ways of processing waste. This problem is especially very acute in the countries of Europe and the East, because due to the lack of natural resources and the relatively small size of the countries, which doesn't make it possible to find additional places for landfills and actually landfills which constantly are in search of ways to process materials. So during the last decade, the global production of crude steel shows quite high indicators, which was the positive trend, which economically causes the aggravation of the problem of handling waste from metallurgical production, as one can see on figure 1. Furthermore, for a long time, as figure 2 illustrates, China has remained the key exporter of the world steel market, and the main importer is the United States of America. Going further, one can say this as a permanent material that can be recycled again and again without losing its properties. Steel is a fundamental material for the circular economy. As a result of growing environmental awareness, iron and steel slag is highly valued as a recycled material that can reduce environmental impact due to its resource conservation and energy conservation. Analysts of the World Steel Association in their report, Net Zero Steel Pathway Methodology Project, lists the types of steel production waste and most diverse ways of their application, including not only road construction, but also the use of carbon and the restoration of biodiversity in water bodies, as you can see from figure number 3. At the same time, it's important to note that waste that had already been used in other sectors is recognized as an effective means of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. In order to achieve the target indicators of sustainable development and reduce the burden of the environment, it is advisable to use metallurgical slag in industrial, road construction, and repair, in the production of crushed stone, slag steel products, used in agriculture as a soil deoxidizer, and the creation of artificial islands like the Japanese ones. Slag is an improved and more ecological alternative to traditional building materials. It can be used in various applications such as filter for concrete and asphalt mixtures, railway ballast, cement, etc. You can see that on figure 4. Historic Roman roads in the country of Sussex in England were built using discarded furnace slag. Since the early 19th century, the United States has used slag in pavement construction as a base and in asphalt mixtures, railroads, and cement. So, as a conclusion, we can say that leading European countries in the face of resource scarcity and climate change are constantly working and finding ways to use waste for reprocessing. The countries of the European Union pay considerable attention to the issue of metallurgical waste processing in order to reduce the dependence on the shortage of primary raw materials and minimizing the impact on the environment. Among the European leaders in the processing of metallurgical waste, Germany, Sweden, the Netherlands, and Belgium should be singled out. As for Germany, its recycling systems are among the most efficient in Europe. Germany has created an effective waste management system that ensures the collection and processing of various materials, including metals. Sweden has introduced an innovative system of incentives for collection and recycling of metal waste, as well as an active company for working with the community. The Netherlands showed the best results on the continent regarding the processing of metallurgical waste and is a leader in the implementing of modern waste management system. Belgium has a more serious and stricter metal waste management policy in Europe. Today, we can note the successful use of industrial waste in industrial and road construction, chemical and energy industries, as well as in the agricultural and environmental spheres. To a large extent, the environmental and economic goals can be achieved by finding the use of metallurgical production waste, slag. The use of metallurgical slag as a fuel or partial substitute for a blended substance, crushed stone, creates a positive economic effect for the enterprise by reducing the waste transportation costs, saving on building materials for the construction and repair of commercial buildings, and individual workshops obtaining profit from the sale of concrete mixture and building materials from it, and the overall ecological effect making it possible to reduce to the burden of the environmental by reducing the volume of emissions at artificially created landfills and reducing emissions into the atmosphere during waste transportation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the report. And I have a hand raised. Please, do you have a question, Andrei?
I have a question. Thank you. Thank you, Yaroslava, for your interesting presentation. Can you tell me what volume of slag is produced in Ukraine or in your region per year or per month?
Thank you very much for your questions. Greeting, dear chairman of the sessions and dear participants. Greetings from Kremenchuk National Mikhail Ostrogradski National University. And answering your question, Andrei, I should say that steel making slag, if we take it as a byproduct of steel production, it's actually really causes a lot of annual generation of steel making worldwide. And if we say about numbers, it's more than 130 millions, which is quite a lot. What are the reasons for that and why actually it's risky? We can say that retrospectively looking at that problem, we understand that for a long time, metallurgical industry was that one which gives the national economy money. I mean, it was one of the main tax players and still are, if you take in machine buildings, plants, steel plants, and so on. So actually it's explanation, yeah. While for a long time, it wasn't so important question, or we can say number one on the ranking of ecological question, actually that amount of the waste which is produced. Because if even nowadays we will look at the statistics and how much waste and slag is recycled, in Ukraine it's the maximum of that is 40–50%. It's good if it's 50. If we take Europe, it's 90%. If we look at some other regions, as for example Asia, Japan, it's 100%, which like should be a goal for economies. But still, we should say that currently, due to the war of Ukraine, we understand, and all of that military actions on our territory, there is a problem of pollution, of disruption of money, logistics, supplies, chains, but still for Ukraine and for our region, it's still an important problem, because for Poltava region, where you can find for export and some other big mining companies, yeah, they really pollute environment. So it's quite an actual question, still is and will be in the nearest future.
Thank you. And second question, how relevant is this problem in your region?
Oh, thank you for your question. I will, continue my previous answering. Here I should say that for our region, and Ukraine as well, it's important. But if we say, for example, Kremenchuk region, which is Kremenchuk town and the nearest locations, so quantitatively, scientists have counted that approximately 220,000, 300,000 of waste processing products. It's that amount per year, which is made, so it's really big. And it causes ecological problem, not only for Kremenchuk, but for Poltava region. So here, there should be a very, comprehensive approach to deciding that problem. And here we can say that that problem is complex, because it's consists of three items. It's air, it's water, and it's soil. So in that context, one should decide what to do with that, not only in recycling, but actually what to do with the problem we already have and how to minimize, because sustainable development is about that, about the future. Thanks
Thank
again.
you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Yaroslava. And Let's take one more question before we move on the next presentation. It's about ecological risks. What ecological and economical risk do these wastes create for the population?
Thank you very much for your question. Answering that, I should note, make a keynote of that it really has some consequences, social and economical one as well, not only ecological. So here, if we take that problem of the risk continuing, what I have told before about, that Friday or that problem, like 3 main components, taking air, solid and water, we should say that here one needs a proper management of these wastes, and proper management will lead to protection of environmental risks, which are really high, because we understand that releasing of that elements, actually metallurgical waste, it provides not a good condition for the environmental, and not using or reusing that waste by 100%, where is a problem of we are actually to concrete all of them if we don't recycle, and we understand that pollution is even much deeper, because polluting the water, for example, you pollute the other resources people living on those territory use, actually eat, drink, and so on. So constantly, and our big mining plants in our region are working on that problem, finding the ways to process the materials better, and actually how to do it in a better way. If we will say about some analytic, maybe if one will look for World Steel Association reports, their latest report on that problem, actually, the last one was about net zero pathway methodology, and how to do that project, and actually which types of steel production in the future, as analytics say, will be the main one and the most friendly ones. One of that ways is actually to diverse the use of application of those waste in order to use that carbon even for some, let's say, restoration of biodiversity, even in that context. So it's not only about recycling, it's about how we can use it in a different way we haven't thought before. And here one should say biodiversity as well. Thanks for your question.
Thank you, Yaroslava, for this answer, and I want to present our next speaker. Our next speaker is Ostapchuk Irina with the presentation Ecological Tourism in the Industrial Environment, a New Vision. Please.
Good afternoon. Your attention is invited to the presentation on the topic Ecological Tourism in the Industrial Environment and New Visions. Ecologization of thinking and godization of life are processes that have greatly influenced motives behind ways to spend free time in recent decades. Ecotourism has become a way of exploring unique and exotic natural landscapes and a tool for their preservation. Such an interpretation of ecotourism deprives residents of large industrial cities located far from such environmental sites of the opportunity to join the process of ecological cognition. The available sources analyzed by the authors interpret the concept of ecotourism merely through the environmental prism, the concept of ecological truth, which reveal only the problem of protecting natural landscapes. The article aims to interpret ecotourism and excursions through the prism of familiarizing visitors with negative consequences of human impact on the environment, to reveal the content, methodological features of preparing and conducting ecological excursions, to perform a statistical analysis of ecological tours and excursions conducted. Methodology. 2020-2023 expeditionary research ecological educational practice allowed us to identify potential sites for ecological excursions and tours. 2010-2015 formulation of theoretical practical testing of selected forms and methods of excursion work, creation of ASES ecological excursions. In 2015 we introduced ecological excursions in Kryvyi Rih, which we began to organize regularly for the general public, and we confirmed the theoretical findings, the essence of ecological tourism and excursions as a type of industrial and sustainable tourism is comprehensively substantiated at the theoretical, empirical and methodological levels. Problematic aspects of the classical interpretation of the concepts of ecological tourism and ecological excursion. There is no exhaustive definition of the concept of ecological excursion, not only for school children and students, not only to natural areas. Development and conducting of ecological excursions into nature in the competence of individual specialists, which significantly narrows the possibilities of interpreting environmental problems for the general population and does not form a comprehensive vision of the essence of environmental process and phenomena. There are no clear methodological recommendations for preparing, organizing and conducting ecological excursion to real environmental sites. The tourist market lacks environmental tools that would reveal the genesis and show the consequences of environmental problems. The niche in tourism and the concept of ecological tools are not defined, as they are considered as cognitive tools to nature, but they sources, but a type of ecological tourism in content and essence. Ecotourism in its classical interpretation involves the study of natural landscapes in their natural state, mainly within specially protected areas. But not all regions of the world have high natural resources potential. For example, industrial regions such as the city of Kryvyi Rih, which have been heavily transformed by human activity and technology, are characterized by a new industrial artificially created environment. However, this does not mean that there are no ecotourism facilities in such areas. In the ASES opinion, the situation is quite the opposite observation, study and analysis of industrial landscapes, environmental situation of varying degrees of severity, formation of environmental problems and methods of solving them and other are perhaps the best option for ecotourism objects. Ecotourism in the ASES interpretation is a type of industrial and sustainable tourism. It is aimed as traveling to ecological tourist objects, not necessarily natural, that demonstrate manifestations of various environmental problems and their consequences in order to carry out ecological education and nurturing. These include various landscapes that have undergone negative anthropogenic changes, have recovered from such change on their own or have been reclaimed and operating industrial facilities with a clear ecological function. For example, an aeration plant where municipal water is treated, waste sorting plants, solid waste landfills and others. Ecological objects in the industrial environment are the ones of both ecotourism and ecological excursions. An ecological excursion is a focused, demonstrable process of learning ecological objects which take place under the guidelines of a qualified guide and aims to form ecological knowledge, skills and abilities, observe ecosystems and processes, familiarize with environmental problems and negative consequences of human economic activity from economical use of natural conditions and resources in everyday life, expand the ecological worldview. Ecological excursions are accessible for a wide range of visitors. They perform several important functions: educational, recreational, social, economic and that of sustainable tourism development. The main purpose of ecological excursion is to reveal the essence of global environmental problems and consequences of their manifestation on local examples. Form elementary environmental knowledge, develop the basics of research and environmental behavioral skills, broaden the worldview, form an activity way of spending recreational leisure time. Classification of ecological excursions. There are thematic and sightseeing ecological excursion and tours when objects of thematic excursions are included in programs of tours around Kryvyi Rih, which are conducted in various organizational forms, an ecological trail, an ecological excursion of an industrial enterprise, an ecological excursion of an educational practice, and others. The process of developing, testing, and conducting ecological excursion in the industrial environment has a number of specifics. Their features are related to the specifics of ecological objects themselves, the environmental process explained by the guide, and the interactive format of the excursions, which use elements of scientific research. The guide on ecological roads should be familiar with the ecological and geographical terminology and have a sufficient level of professional skills to explain complex ecological and technological process in a simple, easy-to-understand manner. The authors of the research are practicing guides who have developed and conducted ecological tours and excursions in Kryvyi Rih. The specificity of the developed ecological excursions consists in the fact that they are available to a wide range of visitors, both school children and students, as well as city residents, domestic and international tourists, and are aimed at visualizing global and local environmental problems and learning about the industrial environment through interactive participation in a simple scientific ecological investigation, identifying local environmental problems and clarifying their personal role and responsibility in emergency of global problems of humankind. During testing, some ecological objects proved to be so attractive that the authors included them in the programs of tours around Kryvyi Rih. In general, a visit to our city cannot do without touching upon environmental issues, even during a sightseeing tours. The authors have created 4 tours, routes of thematic ecological excursions, which aim to form an understanding of global problems of humanity through local example of unsustainable use of natural conditions and resources, through personal experience of observing, analyzing, and assessing various ecological situations in the industrial environment. During 2016-2023, excluding 2021-2022, the authors of the research conducted about 80 ecological excursions, excluding sightseeing tours, for 1,500 tourists. Revival of Kryvyi Rih water was the most popular excursion before major law, but now its object are strategic facilities of the city infrastructure. Breaking Conventin's Kryvyi Rih solid waste landfill was the last popular road. In general, the ecological excursions developed and introduced in excursions activities by the authors of the research are relevant for the whole world, and while in some countries such excursions are conducted for school children and students, in Kryvyi Rih ecological excursions have been tested and are available for a wide range of visitors. A new look at ecotourism in the industrial environment can be a way of rethinking the essence of classical concepts. The involvement of industrial and post-industrial landscapes, not only as industrial tourism objects, functioning industrial enterprises, reclaimed and revitalized spaces in the ecotourism sector will significantly expand the possibilities of achieving the goals of ecological education and nurturing and shaping the ecological worldview of all residents of the planet Earth. The interpretation of ecotourism allows understanding the nature, causes of global environmental problems and possible methods of solving them through understanding the participation and responsibility of everyone. Real-time visual observation of the entire cause and effect chain is perhaps the best way to shape environmentally sound human behavior. Just watching a movie about global environmental issues can have an ecological and educational impact, but it is quite clear that once visiting a sewage treatment plant, the visitor will definitely understand the rules of using sanitary appliance in everyday life, joy in saving water, not clogging sewage systems with garbage and other. These examples confirm the timelines of the IASEI theoretical research and its practical results, the environmental, economic and social significance of ecological excursions and tools implemented in excursions activities, opportunities for further theoretical and empirical research on ecotourism in the industrial environment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I remind you now we have time for a question. And if you want to ask a question, you can do verbally, or you can also send it to the chat. Is some questions? Are there some questions? Yes?
Якщо можна, вибачте, українською мовою.
Добре, можна. Чи є у присутніх запитання?
Можна? Є. Можна?
Будь ласка.
Дякую за вашу цікаву доповідь. Скажіть, будь ласка, так в чому полягає новизна цього вашого погляду на туризм? Чим він відрізняється від інших, скажімо так, концепцій, поглядів, які є зараз?
Дякую, пане Андрію, за запитання. Дійсно, під час підготовки даної публікації, це були тривалі дослідження, і ми з'ясовували той факт, що зазвичай під екологічним туризмом розуміють такий вид туристичної діяльності, який відбувається в переважній більшості на території або на тлі природних ландшафтів, тобто таких, які є цінними в природному відношенні, зазвичай це об'єкти природно-заповідного фонду, національні природні парки і таке інше. І проживаючи в не зовсім екологічно чистій місцевості в місті Кривий Ріг, ми розуміємо, що у нас таких об'єктів замало, а от саме екологічні знання, екологічна поведінка, їх все ж таки треба формувати і у студентів, і у широкого загалу населення. Ну і загалом, виходячи із практики нашої діяльності, проводячи екскурсії, подорожі, одноденні тури, ми зрозуміли, що криворізькі ландшафти, не дивлячись на те, що вони не перебувають в природному стані, вони привертають до себе увагу і викликають яскраві емоції. І от саме це наштовхнуло на думку про те, що в принципі, чому б і не розуміти під екологічним туризмом такий вид подорожей, який якнайяскравіше демонструє глобальні екологічні проблеми на таких локальних прикладах. Тобто, відвідавши один раз центральну станцію аерації, наприклад, де очищуються каналізаційні стоки від всього міста Кривого Рогу, і дорослі, і діти, і місцеві мешканці, вони розуміють, яким чином правильно користуватися сантехнічними приладами у себе в будівлі, по-перше. По-друге, вони розуміють, що ми п'ємо одну і ту саму воду, яку і використовуємо в побутовій мережі і так далі. Якщо ми один раз покажемо смітник, який є в Кривому Розі, у нас, на жаль, немає взагалі сортування сміття, то зрозуміло, що таким чином ми сформуємо значно багато більше таких навичок екологічно правильної поведінки, аніж ми просто покажемо красивий кінофільм про те, що ай-яй-яй, не можна смітити і таке інше. Ось саме в цьому полягає наш новий погляд. І в цьому плані такий екологічний туризм ми відносимо саме до індустріального туризму, тому що місто промислове, і тому що є велика кількість саме таких індустріальних і постіндустріальних ландшафтів, і тому що і також відносимо його до сталого туризму, тому що всі ці території, які зараз використовуються безпосередньо промисловими підприємствами, або вже не використовуються, їх майже не рекультивують, вони переходять під вплив природних процесів. А отже, все це може виступити яскравим прикладом, як надалі можна використати ось такі не зовсім стійкі в екологічному плані території, ландшафти, акваторії і таке інше. Дякую.
Угу. Я зрозумів. Тобто, в принципі, даний підхід, він саме краще підходить для техногенно навантажених регіонів, от, ну, як, наприклад, ваш регіон, да, там, схід України, де дійсно, ну, скажімо так, природа, на жаль, не в самому кращому стані. Я розумію. А скажіть таке питання. От я так розумію, ви займаєтесь туризмом, да, оцим? Ви саме цим займаєтесь питанням. А багато бажаючих, от реально людей, які хочуть відвідати от ці ваші туристичні маршрути? Чи ну
Так, дякую за запитання. Дійсно, от здавалося б, да, я от екскурсію на центральну станцію аерації називаю пахуча екскурсія, але другими словами вонюча екскурсія. Але тим не менше, людям цікаво в даному випадку, да, от промислове діюче підприємство, людям цікаво зазирнути за закулісся. Тобто цікаво подивитися, а як же цей процес відбувається. Ну, тобто ми сходили зранку в туалет, нажали на бачок, да, і все, нас далі не цікавить, що відбувається з цією водою. А тут ти фактично з іншого боку про цей процес дізнаєшся. Це перший момент. По-другий момент, ну, якщо ви переглядали презентацію, то ну, це на мою думку, да, як мешканки Кривого Рогу, наші ландшафти, навіть які перебувають в досить такій специфічній екологічній ситуації, вони є надзвичайно привабливими. От, наприклад, відстійник шахтних вод, які ми називаємо Червоним озером, фотографії були такі яскраво червоні, вони дійсно є, цей об'єкт є досить атрактивним. Тобто популярність є. І навіть от проводячи одноденні тури, оскільки ці об'єкти, вони виявилися дуже популярними серед місцевого населення, і ми почали проводити одноденні тури для приїжджих з усієї України. Були, зрозуміло, туристи із інших регіонів і держав навіть. І не було жодної равнодушної, такої людини, яка би не була вражена тим, що побачила. Ну, тобто навіть із Києва люди приїздили і казали, та, ну, Ірина, дякуємо вам за те, що ви нас прогуляли по свіжому повітрю, підняли на відвали, спустили з відвалів, звозили в кар'єр і таке інше. Тобто я так вважаю, що в даному випадку ці об'єкти є досить атрактивними і привабливими саме і для туристів, для широкого загалу.
Дякую.
Дякую. Okay, we continue our conference, and we should remember that we have a time limit. And can I present next speaker? Next speaker, Valeria Lokin, with the presentation Air Pollution Forecasting by Leveraging Traffic Modeling Techniques. Please.
Hello, I'm Valery Lovkin. Being Associate Professor of Software Tools Department, I represent National University Zaporizhzhia Polytechnic. I am grateful to the organizing committee of the conference for the possibility to introduce the results of my study. The title of my work is Air Pollution Forecasting by Leveraging Traffic Modeling Techniques. As you see here, the first part of my investigation is aimed at problem overview, having the main idea of the investigation as its result. The second part represents the proposed model, data analysis, and experimental results. Air pollution has significant negative impact on human health. There are different air pollutants with the main set containing particulate matters, nitrogen dioxide, ozone, sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide. Nitrogen dioxide is one of the main air pollutants regarding impact on human health, particularly in developed countries. The study is aimed at short-term forecasting of concentration of nitrogen dioxide. The World Health Organization defines its average level over 24 hours, which is critical for human health, at 10 nanograms per cubic meter. Decisions in short term require accurate forecasting, being more sensitive for changes in concentration of nitrogen dioxide. It is known that not only architecture forecasting models impacts on accuracy of obtained results, but input feature set as well. At the same time, one of the main causes of nitrogen dioxide is traffic. Vehicle emissions increase concentration of nitrogen dioxide in the air. There is a range of investigations on air pollution. Long short-term memory, or simply LSTM models, are prior to other focused-in models. But these models mainly use previous values of nitrogen dioxide concentration as input features. You see turquoise markers for them. Darker markers, these ones, represent papers where values of traffic are used as additional input features for forecasting. But these values are different defined for the previous period. The investigation is an attempt to use values of traffic on forecast horizon instead of historic time horizon as input features for forecasting models. It is necessary to check if it makes forecasting models more accurate or not. The approach proposed in my work defines corresponding forecasting model. Forecasting is performed for target hours. The problem of forecasting air pollution by nitrogen dioxide is a problem of time series forecasting. It was considered under constraints when not every air pollution measurement station has possibilities to measure traffic flow as well. And at the same time, system of measurement stations of traffic and air pollutants does not cover all corresponding city structure. If a set of air pollution measurement stations is given, then a separate model should be created and trained for each station. Each station is defined to measure concentration of nitrogen dioxide in the air at a certain place. So it is obvious that values presenting concentration of nitrogen dioxide should be measured on historic time horizon and use as input features for a forecasting model. This is the first part of input features of the proposed model. The second part is defined by traffic. As the problem is considered under constraints, traffic and air pollution by nitrogen dioxide can be measured at different places. That's why it is necessary to define a way to get input features presenting traffic for a forecasting model. In this study, it was proposed to use feature selection method based on decision tree ensembles created by random forest method. It allows to get the most appropriate traffic measurement stations for each air pollution measurement station. The main idea is to select a subset of traffic measurement stations with the biggest impact on concentration of nitrogen dioxide at certain station based on the historic dataset. When this dataset is selected, forecasted values of traffic for the next hours should be used. These hours are the same as target hours. As values of traffic on forecast horizon are not known for sure at the moment of forecasting air pollution, method for traffic forecasting should be applied. I applied bidirectional LSTM models with input features presenting traffic values on historic horizon at forecast station and selecting stations as well. For experimental investigation, I used data collected in Madrid, Spain, over a period from January the 1st, 2019 until September the 30th, 2022, and presented in open access at Open Data Portal of Madrid City Council. Hourly levels of air pollution by nitrogen dioxide at 3 different stations in Madrid over the periods of 3 days are presented in figures 1 and 2. These figures display some time patterns for dynamics of air pollution by nitrogen dioxide, but at the same time these patterns are not static, and certain values for different stations could be closer to each other, as you see in the first figure, or more distance as the second figure reveals. Patterns presented in the third figure display that concentration of nitrogen dioxide at the same station is varied through days and hours. Different days are marked with corresponding colors. As you see, parts A and B represent different stations. The figure clearly shows that concentration of nitrogen dioxide is lower at the weekend, but it is obviously that it's not static through working days as well. At the same time, surges of concentration are possible at night, despite general trend for lower values at night. These different trends additionally emphasize that a thorough analysis of factors impacting on nitrogen dioxide concentration is demanded. My experimental investigation compares LSTM models with different input features. The first variant, which you see in the first row of the table, uses only values of air pollution by nitrogen dioxide for the previous hours. The second variant adds traffic values for the previous hours. The third variant is a result of the proposed approach application. Two indicators were used for evaluation of the results, mean absolute error and mean squared error. The proposed approach improved mean absolute error of the first variant by 5%, having the best results with low levels of both indicators in comparison with all alternative models. On average, the proposed approach improved mean squared error of the first variant by 6.37%, which is higher than 1.35% of the second variant. Air pollution by nitrogen dioxide is connected to traffic activity in urban environments, but only some existing papers consider traffic values as additional features for air pollution forecasting. That is why forecasting of air pollution caused by nitrogen dioxide was investigated in my work, emphasizing the role of traffic data. But a new approach was proposed. The idea is to apply results of traffic modeling techniques as inputs to forecast level of air pollution by nitrogen dioxide. These additional inputs are forecasted values instead of historic values used in the known studies. The proposed approach is valuable as it allows to increase forecast accuracy. At the same time, accurate forecasts of air pollution by nitrogen dioxide are critical for decision making. As more complex architectures of deep learning models are promising for air pollution forecasting, it is necessary to apply the results of traffic modeling techniques to such architectures in the following investigations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Valery.
Dear participants,
Let me ask a few questions.
Represent the national.
Can your approach be applied to other cities in Europe or the world?
Thank you for your question. Yes, it can be applied for other cities. This approach doesn't define any features or obstacles which can be used for other cities. But the main emphasizing moment of this model, of this conception, is that it is used under restrictions. And it means that it can be used for cities where the stations for measurement air pollution and traffic are not widely used, and not every junction in the city is controlled by such stations. And that's why even developing countries where not many information is presented about these measurement stations can be used as well.
Thank you. And once more, please, why do you use long short-term memory models in your research?
Thank you. Long short-term memory models are very popular for this area. I mean, for traffic forecasting and for air pollution forecasting as well. And these models have widely known accurate results. I don't mean that these results are the best one and only one, but I mean that for different cases, for different cities, different situations, different features, these models proposed one of the best results, but they can be improved. And that's why the main question of this study was to check if this forecasted traffic data can be applied and can increase accuracy of the results of air pollution forecasting, and if this feature is useful or not. And that's why I need to select one model to check these results within its scope. That's why I used LSTM, but in my future studies, I'm going to use other different models, different architectures to check if they have more accurate results.
Thank you for the detailed answers, and I wish you success in your further studies.
Thank you.
And thank you. And I want to present next speaker. Our next speaker is Tatiana Kryl with the presentation Risk of the Soil Foundation's Stability Losses of the Kyiv-Pechersk Lavra, Dormition Cathedral, due to the urban activities. Please.
Dear participants, I am Tatiana Kryl. Me and my colleague Irina Cherevko represent the National Academy of Science of Ukraine Institute of Geological Science and National Kyiv-Pechersk Historical Cultural Reserve. Our report is concerned with the risk of the soil foundation stability losses of the Kyiv-Pechersk Lavra, Dormition Cathedral, due to the urban activities. The territory of Kyiv-Pechersk Lavra National Reserve occupies a significant area and covers various geomorphological elements of the Dnieper slope in Kyiv. There are hazardous geological processes have become widespread. On this scheme you see landslides, flooding, subsidence of lower soils, and other processes. They affect the technical conditions and preservation of architectural monuments. One of the attractions of the reserve is the Dormition Cathedral, a unique building of ancient architecture rebuilt in the forms of the 18th century. The building was undermined in 1941. The restoration of the cathedral began in 1996. The authentic strip foundation were strengthened with micropiles. The Dormition Cathedral is located on Upper Lavra, where spreading subsidence of lower soils, flooding by groundwater, and leaks of cold and hot water from water supply networks in the soil layers have affected the cathedral. In the slide, you see the results of those processes. On the walls of the basement, there are numerous traces of old wettening after repeated flooding, destruction of the paint and plaster layers. You see suffusion of soil removal on the floor. In the interiors of the northern part of the second tier of the cathedral, horizontal cracks recorded on walls along the perimeter, vertical structural cracks on slab and around the lower arch. You see cracks also. The cracks opening is from 0.5 to 1.5 centimeters. Flooding of the basement occurred repeatedly as a result of surface runoff entering the cathedral due to the imperfect drainage system from the adjacent territory, in particular due to the abnormal rainfall. Huge infiltration of water into the soil's mass led to the waterlogging of the lower soil layer, its subsidence, and as a consequence to uneven settlement of the foundation cathedral and the deterioration of the technical condition of the building. Therefore, the main purpose of the research was to calculate the stress-strain state of the soil foundation of the Dormition Cathedral and determine zones of plastic deformation and factors of deformation of structural elements. To achieve the goal, we use the schema of engineer protection of the territory, the plane of the current state of the reserve, data of engineering geological surveys, geodetic planes, data of engineering geological investigation, historical and archaeological materials. The numerical methods of finite elements analysis realized in Plaxis software and methods of statistical data analysis were used. You see the geological section diagram in the slide. It was used for the calculation. The physical and mechanical properties of each soil layer are in the table. There are layers like sandy loam, layers like loam, a different type of sand layers, plastic sandy loam with layers of sand, and hard brown layers. The thickness of the subsidence loess soils varies from 11 to 13 meters. The stress-strain state calculation was carried out in 4 stages. In the first stage, the soil mass is under the influence of loads from its own weight and from groundwater. The calculation type used is gravity loading. The second stage took into account the construction of foundation, first strip foundation and then micropiles. The type of calculation at this stage and subsequent ones is plastic. At the third stage, the load from the cathedral on the strip foundation elements was introduced into the calculation. And the fourth stage is modeling the flooding situation of the basement by specifying a band distributed load on the foundation slab from the weight of the water column. The displacement of the finite elements of the descent scheme are taken into account only after the fourth stage. You see the deformation grid of the soil massif after modeling. The maximum values value of 0.02 meters after the fourth stage. The deformations cover over entire pile foundation, pile field under the cathedral building, but don't reach the maximum allowed values. It's 8 centimeter by state construction standards. The diagram of the formation of plastic zones in the massif is shown in the lower figure. Red squares indicate areas of possible displacement, and cluster of white squares indicate plastic zones formed during tension. Additional displacement were generated in a separate calculation step. General displacement have no physical significance, but additional displacements as a last stage, especially during flooding, provide an indicator of likely mechanism and location of imbalance in soil mass and places in the structural elements where cracks should be expected to appear. Each stage of modeling shows an increase in deformations in the left part of the modeling. Under the basement of the cathedral, in particular after the flooding of the underground part. The curves in the lower figure on the slide show all 4 simulation stages for control points. You see here it. A decrease in the angle of curves in the last stage indicates an increase of plastic deformation, but the calculation results show that the soil mass remains stable at the end of this last stage. The modeling carried out indicates that plastic deformation of the foundation soils are still in the stage of incomplete stabilization, and the main risk of intensifying deformation at the present stage is waterlogging of the soil mass during as a result as groundwater levels growth or emergenesis lakes. And conclusions. Dormition Cathedral of the Kryvyi Lavra is located in complex engineering and geological conditions caused by the presence of subsidence loess soils, excessive overmastering of the soil base caused by deterioration of the technical condition of unique structures, such as uneven settlement, cracks, moisturizing of the basement walls. Calculation of the stress-strain state of the soil foundation of the Dormition Cathedral and determination zones of plastic deformation using Plaxis software showed an increase in deformation in the northeast part, in particular for the scenario of flooding of the underground part. This is confirmed by the field observation. You see a photo in the first slides of vertical, horizontal structural cracks under the spring arch. Plastic deformation of foundation soils and, as a consequence, deformation of structural elements are still in the stage of incomplete stabilization, and the main risk of intensification of deformation may be the processes of overmastering of the soil mass as a result of natural rise in groundwater levels and the results of emergency leaks from hot and cold water networks. Reliable operation and prevention of cracks and deformation in structural elements must be ensured by improving the management of protection measures according to the researchers, building norms and standards. Measures to minimize the impact of man-made leaks should be aimed at the following: reconstruction of the water supply networks, current repairs with cracks injection, modeling the stress-strain states of the structure, consolidation of lost soils, constant monitoring including physical researches, implement in comprehensive system of tools for instrumental structural health monitoring of the reserve object into the existing monitoring system. I'm finished. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Tatiana, for the insightful presentation. And I want to ask question about your research, and do you have some research of other cathedral in Lavra?
Microphone.
Yes, you.
Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Yes, please.
First of all, I want to say that we analyze territory of Lavra in general. We inspect the technical conditions of buildings, factors, location of dangerous geological and engineering processes, and the Dormition Cathedral was the first calculated object on the territory in Plaxis. Next, we plan to analyze the stress strain of such objects as Bratski Kelly, the Tretty Corpus, and the retaining wall in Monastyrsky Garden. It's a upper Lavra. But Plaxi software we also use to analyze the landslide hazards on this territory. For example, it was for far hill slopes. It's near far caves, if you know this territory. We calculate the changes in slope stability factor and the abnormal precipitation, additional loading on slopes. So during the calculation, when we obtain the collapse in soil mass, we have critical loads and have such information, make a recommendation to manage this territory.
Thank you, Tatiana. And I see hand raised. Please, Volodymyr.
Yes, thank you, Theodosia. Tatiana, nice to meet you. Don't saw you many years. So I have one short question. Do you use a satellite image in your research?
Satellite images?
Yes.
Remote sensing data is a huge, different, specific information. For our proposals, tasks, for example, it's identification of deformation of buildings, ancient buildings, surface subsidence, displacement on slopes. It's convenient to use radiometric type of satellite image with high resolution, 1 meter, but it's too expensive. So we use free satellite image of Sentinel mission. It has 10 to 12 meters of resolution, but it makes some errors taking into account the area of Lavra. It's a small area, 26 hectares, comparison with such resolution.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you, very Tatiana. And we have some times limit, and please welcome our next and last speaker with the presentation on the topic increasing the level of ecological oriented logistics system in the waste management for territorial communities.
Discuss the
Please.
topic of increasing the level of ecologically oriented logistics systems in waste management for territorial communities. Greetings. Today I want to present you the presentation on the topic increasing the level of ecologically oriented logistics systems in the waste management for territorial communities. We will explore the critical role of ecologically aligned logistics systems in enhancing waste management practices within territorial communities. Our focus is to demonstrate how ecological logistics can significantly reduce environmental impacts and support the objectives of municipal solid waste management. Our study aims to provide a comprehensive analysis of current waste management practices and their alignment with the sustainable practices. The goal is to offer insights that energize the dialogue towards viable environmental solutions, informing policymakers and industry players about the benefits of integrating ecological logistics into waste management. We propose a conceptual model designed to provide a comprehensive, integrated, and environmentally safe logistics systems for waste management, focusing on united territorial communities. This model operates on 3 primary management levels. The first one is a strategic level, which ensures compliance with national and international legislation, aligning with Ukrainian's new waste management legislation and broader
EU directives. Tactical level is focused on implementing logistical systems that handle waste efficiently and minimize environmental impacts throughout innovating waste processing technologies. The operational level. It manages daily operations to ensure the practical application of strategies, emphasizing the on-ground logistics, such as optimizing routes for waste collection and integrating advanced techniques for real data management. This conceptual framework is designed to be able to adapt to different territorial communities, allowing customization based on local conditions such as population, density, industrial activity, and geographical characteristics. The model encourages stakeholders' involvement at all levels, ensuring that the community, government entities, and private sector are engaged in a cohesive strategy to manage waste sustainably. So here on the slide number 3, we can see the first part. It's a components of the logistic approach to the waste management system concept for united territorial communities. This model is quite complex, so we would like you to analyze it deeper by reading our study. On this slide number 4, you can see the diagram of the logistic systems of waste management process for territorial communities. It has 3 main parts, or key parts, which include analysis of the state of waste management in a specific community, coordinating agent for waste management, and analysis of the sorting processing. On the slide number 5, you can see the service model of electronic waste management information system for territorial communities that we propose, and to implement the production program of the United Territorial Communities for the implementation of a logistics system for waste management. It's advisable to form a system for managing information logistic flows according to the service model, which is presented on this slide. The information system ensures the collection, transmission, processing of information received by business entities in the waste management system. In this system, information processing tools are placed inside information flows to achieve the greatest efficiency of its use. At the same time, the process includes the search for ensuring the level of logistic activities, at which the costs for implementation of the technological processes of collecting, sorting, transporting, processing, disposal of solid waste are minimal. As well as for the previous models, we would like you to take a look at them in more focus when you will read our study. Our findings highlight the integration of environmental logistics into regional waste management programs as crucial. By adapting European logistic experiences, we can develop safe methods of waste disposal and reduce their environmental impacts. Predictive modeling has emerged as a vital tool in a policy development, allowing for tailored waste management strategies that enhance sustainability and efficiency of the process. Now let's move to the conclusions. Our study developed a systematic model of solid waste management tailored for territorial communities, taking into account the diverse interests of all stakeholders. This model promotes environmental sustainability by reducing harmful impacts of waste and supports of development of a culture of environmental awareness and responsible waste management. The study developed a systematic model of solid waste management tailored for territorial communities. This model takes into account the diverse interests of all stakeholders and aims to improve the overall ecological and economic efficiency of waste management. The model promotes the environmental sustainability by reducing the harmful impacts of waste on both the environment and public health. It encourages the prevention, reducing, and recycling of waste, which are the key components of a circular economy. By integrating advanced logistics and management practices, the model supports the development of a culture of environmental awareness and responsible waste management among all community members.
Okay, I can see that is end of the presentation. Okay, and maybe some questions, dear colleagues. Okay, can I have some question, and can new models be applied at the regional level or at the state level? And if so, what does it take?
Okay, so let me answer the question. These models are quite flexible, specifically for the local scales, but there may be a trouble of using it for the state scale. So in case of using it for different territorial communities or different regional structures or different even foreign regional structures, it would be perfect because it's focused on organizing the harmonical system of waste management that typically circles around the waste disposal on the local levels. So it's with some adjustings, it can be used in any part of the world, but for making it on the state level, it requires total change. So I would say it's more preferable for that types of scales from the city to local communities, maybe some big local communities, a few regions, if they are logistically structured into one system. But for the bigger scales, we need to create the new system.
Okay, thank you for the detailed answer. And for the interesting report. And Volodymyr, please.
What can you tell more about the practical implementation of your research?
So it's one of its, I would say, best parts. So it's being on kind of so it's partly being implemented already with this new legislation that's coming up. And the only requirement that is needed for this is the involvement of the companies that do the waste disposal. So in terms, if these companies are interested in a good system that would give them also some opportunities, including improved logistics, reduced cost, if they would get interested, this system is working. So we are trying to implement it here in Zhytomyr. At least we are working on it. We are working on it to try to have a showcase of this model. So for the further implementation in other places.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And sorry, guys, there was some pause in the video before. Thank you for your attention. This was some just audio problem. Thank you for your attention one more time.
Yes, thank you very much, Volodymyr. And dear colleagues, we listened to all the reports. And as we come to the end of today's sessions, I would like to thank all our speakers and participants. And I want to remind the conference will continue tomorrow. And you can find all details information on our conference website. And of course, we invite you to participate in our next events. And dear colleagues, be safe and goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
See you tomorrow.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye.